Chapter 1426 Reunions, 9. Yan Di slowly approached with what he called his patriarch's smile. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was approachable, and those who knew him could tell by his smile that he was in business mode. "Come test your luck," Wang Wei said. Yan Di was perplexed by this strange request, but he still followed. He threw the rod into the pool, and a few seconds later, he detected something and pulled. "A samsara talisman that can temper the mind. It seems fate is telling you something," Wang Wei commented. "Is the young master dissatisfied with my actions?" Yan Di asked. "Not particularly, it also helped you not break the rules," Wang Wei said casually. Yan Di used his patriarch's supreme power to make the decision, and the rules stated that no one could override that power, even the sect master. He also paid many sect merit points to guarantee his lineage's spot. "Do you think I shouldn't have done it?" Yan Di said. "Why are you here?" Wang Wei asked instead of answering. "I came to thank you for preserving the rules." "Don't beat around the bush and say what you truly mean." Yan Di was briefly quiet. "I heard you were wise and wanted your counsel." "Oh? What's on your mind?" Wang Wei did not care whether Yan Di was telling the truth or whether he was here to test him. However, he did not mind playing these political games to ensure his power within the sect. "I know what I did was correct, but everyone else is saying or insinuating that I did something wrong, and I cannot understand why," Yan Di explained. "You do understand why, you just don't want to admit it." "What do you mean?" Wang Wei put the rubbish catch inside his space ring before continuing. "Let me ask you, do you think Ancestor Yan Hai wishes to turn the Yan clan into a sword clan? It has been her dream for many years. We have many records of her saying she wants to do so, not only for herself but to show off to the Sword Path League. Unfortunately, fate seems to have denied her wish." "True," Wang Wei nodded. "Instead of inheriting the Yan clan's swordsmanship talent, the Yan clan, at least the branch in the upper dimension, have inherited miscellaneous talent for professions." After seeing Yan clan's development, Wang Wei now understood that Yan Liling was not an anomaly, just a manifestation of the upper dimension Yan clan's talent. "But do you think that will remain the same forever?" Wang Wei asked. "What do you mean?" Yan Di questioned with a frown. "The human fiend god bloodline has opened a crevice on whatever blockade fate has placed on the ancestor's dream," Wang Wei explained calmly. "Although she chose origin as the core of the bloodline to ensure the other branches have endless possibilities, the human fiend god bloodline will exponentially increase the number of people with swordsmanship talent. Once that is established, it is only a matter of time before the sword branch becomes the Yan clan's main branch. You're fighting a losing battle, and you know it." Wang Wei glanced at him and saw the unwilling look on his face, and secretly shook his head. "The human fiend god bloodline is only the first part of this process. Once Yan Hai becomes a half-step transcendent, it's a foregone conclusion that the Yan clan will become a sword Dao clan." "Think it's unfair?" Wang Wei asked. "I wouldn't say such naive words," Yan Di replied. "Then, you're wiser than I gave you credit for," Wang Wei nodded. "Thank you for your guidance, but I won't stay long." Yan Di bowed politely and swiftly left. He had many things to think about. Wang Wei did not stop him as he knew another guest would appear soon. As expected, an elderly man with gray hair, a long white beard, pure black robes, a sword tattoo above his left eye, and a force and sharp aura soon arrived. "You're Yan Qi, right? Come and see if your luck is better than your patriarch." Yan Qi was a quiet man, so he followed Wang Wei's instructions without much of a word. "A bag of glittering metal sand? If I remember correctly, this is a great material to use for your Proving Dao artifact when it's transforming into a Paragon artifact. It seems you're a lucky individual. Primal Seed, I need to know what kind of mission our branch's Qilan's son will face if he accepts your proposal. There are too many people participating in this trial, many of whom are our enemies," Wang Wei replied truthfully. "Although I'm confident the Paragon Tribulation will root out most of them, I can't leave it to chance regarding certain targets. That's where your Qilan's son comes in." Yan Qi contemplated the pros and cons of accepting this mission. "Are you aware of all the protective measures Yukai will provide him?" "Yes. Then, why are you hesitating? Xianxia is a peak seed that we spend a great deal of effort cultivating. We can't send in a suicide mission. Wang Wei looked at him. Are you sure you're cultivating a future peak paragon? What are you insinuating? How many true life and death battles has Xianxia experienced? I'm not talking about trials that guarantee his rescue once he's truly in danger. I'm talking about a true battle with no safety net and one wrong move, and he's dead. Xianxia had no rebuttal. The Tao opening sect closed its mountain throughout this entire seven-moon era, meaning its talented disciples only trained with trials perfectly curated inside the sect. Additionally, these disciples were cuddled more due to the era's political climate since the sect could not afford to lose many geniuses. So, although he did not want to admit it, Wang Wei was correct. Xianxia was only a false peak seed without having experienced true life and death battles with no safety net. I know what to do, Xianxia said. He realized Xianxia needed to partake in this trial and do an excellent job with the primal seed's task, and this is not just for his future but also to prevent Xiandi from attacking his peak status because of his lack of experience. Xianxia has already seen the lengths that Xiandi is willing to go to preserve the main branch, so he won't give the latter any more ammunition to suppress their sword branch. Wang Wei calmly watched Xianxia leave. Besides my future wife faction with only one voice and the Qin court, the Tao opening sect is considered one of the most united factions of all the overlords. If that's considered united, how complex is the political situation in those other factions? Especially the Grand Sect Alliance, its structure is so bloated that I'm baffled how they haven't imploded from the inside yet. Wang Wei shook his head, deciding not to focus too much on that. He took a break from fishing and helped with building the garden. Once the construction finished, he enjoyed his peaceful life in this marvelous garden until his next guest arrived. Your garden is more beautiful than it used to be, said an ethereal voice. Who is this if it isn't the lovely and angelic Xian? Wang Wei smiled. It's been a while. How are your parents? They're doing well, showing a little too much affection for my liking, but overall, they are happier than before, Xian replied. Wang Wei did not invite her to fish but to a small pavilion in the garden where he served tea. I didn't think I would see you, Wang Wei said. The light race is doing all right for itself as their clan had a few paragons, but they were nothing extraordinary and cannot be considered peak lineages. Once they hear the news, they might send a candidate, but Wang Wei did not think it would be Xian, even if they were familiar. I'm not here to represent the light race, Xian said, having understood the implications of his words. Oh. The Limitless Exchange Hall, she explained. Interesting. I was just wondering about you guys, thinking how I didn't have any acquaintances connected to them, Wang Wei smiled. Xian sighed. In the hall, she is not mediocre but also not excellent. After reuniting with her parents, she was satisfied with life, and cultivation became less of a priority. If not for the constant danger of the cultivation world, Xian might have retired from the world and lived in isolation with her parents. I am indeed here because I know you, she admitted. On what business exactly? The hall wants to know if you would lower the price, Xian stated. As you know, we have a lot of people, but resources are scarce. Many of our members want this opportunity, and we are spreading ourselves thin trying to buy tickets. To be honest, I made the price so high because of your large numbers, Wang Wei admitted. You should understand we cannot allow you to train so many paragons. Xian said, I knew this would happen, and I told them that. She shook her head. Is there any way we could come up with a deal of some sort? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1427 Reunions, X. You guys have no rare resources, and your only advantage is your vast number, and that has nothing to do with me, Wang Wei commented. However, because of our friendship, I can allow their hall to exchange the tickets with things of equal value. That's good enough for me, Xian said excitedly. The existence healing pill is rare enough, so it will benefit the Limitless Exchange Hall immensely if they can replace them with things of equal value. Don't get ahead of yourself, Wang Wei added. The deal is only for your hall's inner members. That's still all right, Tian said after a brief hesitation. Any cultivators not associated with a faction can be considered part of the Limitless Exchange Hall, as they can come and receive missions and rewards. However, the hall has internal members that they cultivate at a young age, similar to other sects or families. Those are the inner members. Of course, outer members with enough talent can also become inner members, but they will forever bind themselves to the hall. I'm glad we could come to an understanding, Wang Wei smiled. The two chatted for a few hours before Tian left. With this deal, she secured a spot for the trial and increased her status in the hall, so she left with happiness in her stride. Is there a way for me to turn the Limitless Exchange Hall into the sex cannon fodder for the upcoming catastrophe? Wang Wei was greedy, so he did not want to just survive the catastrophe but to do it with as little loss as possible, and if he could turn the hall into his own personal mercenary group, such a thing would be possible. This idea is a long shot, but it's not out of the realm of possibility, Wang Wei contemplated. The greatest value of the Limitless Exchange Hall is the trust of all loose cultivators. The overlords have tried to limit the hall's power by establishing similar groups catering to loose cultivators. With their abundant resources, the overlords should have run the hall out of business, but unfortunately, loose cultivators have one thing in common: a distrust and hatred for sects or clans. So, this approach had little impact and was ultimately considered a failure. If I can eliminate one of both of their primals and install a puppet of my own, it's possible to use that trust to access the loose cultivator base. Then, I can slowly turn them into cannon fodders with the lure of strength, power, and resources. Wang Wei frowned. This plan sounds feasible except for the part about training a primal as a puppet. Wang Wei is confident of one day being a primal, but he also understands this is a process that will take time. Furthermore, becoming a primal and cultivating another primal are two entirely different things. I still have a second spot for the revised Lord's Shadow technique. Wang Wei's eyes lit up. The technique the Shadow Ruler gave him allowed the cultivation of two shadows. I was keeping it for when I reunite with Wang Ju, but I have a feeling she may not need it. Wang Wei looked in the distance. Tian was a good investment for the puppet, given their former relationship, but Wang Wei had already detected her lack of ambition or even the desire to improve. I'll observe her for a while, but it's probably best to choose another candidate. Wang Wei continued his peaceful life. He enjoyed his beautiful garden, fished, and healed his injuries. His next guest was a beautiful woman in a red dress with phoenix designs and a handsome young man with a third eye marking on his forehead and a confrontational aura. Even the woman had an air about her as if she came to fight. "You're as noble as I remember," Wang Wei praised. "And your mouth is as sweet as ever," Hu Fenghuang replied. "I'm just telling it as it is," Wang Wei rebutted. "Look, my garden is brighter just because of your presence. Tone it down, don't forget you're a married man." "Ha, who knew you had a sense of humor?" Wang Wei laughed. "Come, have a seat. And who is this young man staring at me with daggering eyes?" "That's Wang Fushuan," Hu Fenghuang introduced. "Oh, a distant relative." "I'm not your relative," Wang Fushuan said coldly. "Quite the animosity, isn't it?" Wang Wei said calmly. "He's the most talented genius of the Wang clan in this generation, and his pride does not accept your fame and prestige has surpassed his," Hu Fenghuang said casually. "You? Best talent, you say? Let's see." Wang Wei glanced at him up and down. "Peak everlasting Empyrean, 10th heaven of the adult fiend god realm, limit indestructibility, 5-root Dao foundation, emperor taboo battle realm, but a failure of the Empyrean taboo battle realm despite coming close. A soul compared to 92% Paragon and a Paragon tier willpower, he's not bad indeed." Wang Fushuan looked at him with clenched hands. As soon as Wang Wei started speaking, he tried to hide all his information, but it was pointless. Those calm gray eyes seemed to be able to see all his secrets, and that idea chilled his back. "I warn you that you weren't comparable to him, but you didn't believe me," Hu Fenghuang said. Wang Fushuan glanced at her and immediately calmed down, entering a peaceful state, not perturbed by his emotions. It's almost as if his previous reaction was on purpose. "Not bad. Although still inexperienced, he has potential," Wang Wei praised. Wang Fuxuan's age was probably 100 times his, but it was true that the latter's experience paled compared to Wang Wei's measly 10,000 yuan epochs. So, what brought you here? Wang Wei asked. I came here for 2 reasons, one personal and one official, Hu Fenghuang said. Let's start with the official. Our union would like to make a deal with you. Listening. One of our people once attended the mortalhood trial, and so we would like to trade our information for an increase in quota and a price decrease, Hu Fenghuang stated directly. You've caught my attention, Wang Wei said. Is this information detailed enough, or are you selling the most basic information I can probably deduce myself? Although we will keep a few secrets to keep an edge, the information is detailed enough. That's good to hear, Wang Wei nodded. How many spots do you want, and how much are you willing to pay? The same as the demon race, 25 spots, and we will pay 2 pills per ticket. It seems the union's information network has its means, Wang Wei stated as he gave her a knowing glance. The contents of his deal with the demon race should have remained secrets, but there appeared to be a leak somewhere. We have our methods, Hu Fenghuang replied calmly. Wang Wei did not dwell on this news for now. I have no issue with the 25 spots, but the price has to be 4 pills. Let's agree to 3 pills and not waste time. Wang Wei chuckled, I like your directness. Well, fine by me. The two then created a contract and overviewed the fine print before each signed it, with their respective lineages' luck as a guarantee. So, what was the personal objective you mentioned? I want to fight you, Hu Fenghuang said seriously, catching Wang Wei slightly off guard. Why do you want to fight me? I know I'm not your match, but that doesn't matter, Hu Fenghuang admitted directly. I made a promise in the lower dimension to follow your footsteps all my life, even if you leave me far behind. I want to fight you to see the gap between us. Interesting, Wang Wei commented before looking at her genuinely. Huh. Even more interesting. What did you see? Hu Fenghuang asked. She has always been proud of her heavenly eye as she had pushed that technique to new heights. However, when she looked at Wang Wei, all she saw was a gray fog. She could not read any information whatsoever, so she wanted to know if he could read her. Although your cultivation is only 71%, and you have just barely opened the gate of power and achieved limit indestructibility, your battle realm seems to have reached 9-fold. More importantly, you've already found your path to the taboo battle realm. You can even see this? It's quite an ingenious approach. By fusing your 5 bloodlines to create a brand new creature, a brand new bloodline, your original bloodline will not only sublimate but, in the process, a new characteristic will be added to your existence, allowing you to tap into higher power. How did you think of this? Hu Fenghuang was briefly quiet before she sighed deeply. It came to me while I was playing with my Grand Mist Wheel. I created 5 species with my bloodline, and in the process, I thought of truly fusing them into a new and better life form. It seems fate has smiled upon you, Wang Wei nodded. I have to say, I didn't expect that out of all the others from the lower dimension, you would become the one with the highest prospect. Oh. Those words may not mean much to someone else, but Hu Fenghuang knew Wang Wei was not the kind of person to praise others for nothing, well, unless he's trying to con you. All of them seem blinded by this trial's opportunity to turn them into paragons as swiftly as possible that they neglect to establish a solid foundation. Wang Wei shook his head. The taboo battle realm cannot be achieved after missing the cultivation realm, at least, Wang Wei hasn't learned of a way to make up for it. Many of the people in his generation are incredible talents, and if you give time to learn about the battle taboo realm and spend many years researching, a few should succeed. You can't blame them, Hu Fenghuang said. They live in the end of this era where they feel powerless while also realizing the importance of becoming a paragon. It also did not help that you, of the same generation, were leagues ahead. Cultivation was never a race but a journey with the same destination, Wang Wei said wisely. If they haven't figured that out, maybe I overinflated their potential. It's easy for you to say since you're ahead of everybody and setting up impossible to achieve standards, Hu Fenghuang sighed. I never knew you thought so highly of me, Wang Wei said with a smile. Don't start with your cheekiness, Hu Fenghuang rebutted. Are we going to fight or not? Why not? Excellent, she uttered. And don't hold back. I want to see the gap. No problem. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1428 Reunions 11. The battle lasted a few hours, meaning Wang Wei did not use his full power until the end. He used his tenfold strength and taught Hu Fenghuang a few things in the process, and in the last attack, she showed her the taboo battle realm. After this battle, Hu Fenghuang left with a changed mindset. A small part of her was also in a hurry to become a paragon, but after that battle, she was prepared to leave that trial without success. She understood the importance of foundation, so her priority had been to reach that level of power before becoming a paragon. Wang Wei was satisfied with Hu Fenghuang's mindset to the point of personally escorting her out of the sect when she heard she was not staying. As for Wang Fuxuan, Wang Wei did not care much. The upcoming era will make primal paragons more common, meaning Wang Fuxuan has a higher chance of achieving that level. However, it won't matter unless he can catch up to the older generation and start his transcendence journey simultaneously with everyone. Wang Wei slowly flew back to his mountain, saluting a few disciples and elders who recognized him in the process. As soon as he sat on his pavilion, he took out the information talisman from the Myriad Clan Union and received the information. Wang Wei thought as he focused on two valuable pieces of information. The first was one of the most valuable things of the mortalhood trial, their entrance token. The token is rare but allows anyone to participate in the trial, even if it's not summoned. Wang Wei could foresee how many people and factions will compete for these tokens. After all, they are basically a guarantee to train a paragon at the fastest speed possible. The second valuable piece of information was a small sentence stating that there had been circumstances where anomalies occurred in the trial, forcing them to operate differently than normal. With my luck, there is an 80% chance that this anomaly will appear during this trial, Wang Wei groaned to himself. He massaged his temple, feeling a headache coming. Forget it. As long as I accomplish my objective, I can leave. After learning about the all-heaven fate calamity prophecy, he has already decided to be more low-key and start acting from the shadows. Whatever shenanigans destined to happen in the trial will have nothing to do with him, as he will not show himself much publicly. His priority is currently the lock, so in the worst-case scenario, he'll abandon everything and return home. Red Mask, Wang Wei called out, and about 10 seconds later, a shadow knelt before him. Do you have any orders? Our deal with the innate demon god was leaked. Check if it's from our side or theirs, Wang Wei stated. As you wish. Is there something? Wang Wei asked, wondering why she was still here after dismissing her. This may be out of line, but I would like to congratulate the Lord for improving his mood and becoming less depressed. Is it that obvious? Wang Wei smiled. Hu Fenghuang's visit was an unexpected pleasure. Although he never mentioned it, Wang Wei feared that he would one day outpace everybody that he knew, and the first sign of that was how much ahead he was compared to people of his generation. This fear is one of the reasons he grew even more attached to Wu Hong, as he knew she could not only keep up with him but also push him to pursue her. Hu Fenghuang's current state showed him that some of his generation could follow him far into his cultivation journey, and maybe until the end, and that fact brought him a great deal of dopamine. I appreciate the well wishes, Wang Wei nodded, and in response, Red Mask bowed before dissipating into the shadow. This is a great time to fish. Maybe my luck has improved, he muttered before flying to his little pond. As he was surrounded by all the wonderful flowers of his pond, and the beautiful artificially created starry skies above his head, Wang Wei felt peaceful and forgot the worries of his life. Finally, back to my peak, Wang Wei said as he opened his eyes. He clenched his fist, feeling the sense of power and control he had lost for a while. Now, what should I do with the previous meat puppets? Well, they are an excellent way to commit crimes without leaving traces. No, some people might recognize them as people who were once prisoners of the sect. If Wang Wei wanted to use these meat puppets, he'd need to change their appearances first, or they may be traced back to the sect and eventually to him. Now that's decided, let's meet our guests, Wang Wei muttered. He was in deep meditation since he was close to recuperating, so his guests had to wait until he was available. Let's start with Buddhism. A strange-looking monk flew over to meet him. He's described as strange because his head is that of a child, but his body is that of a muscular man. No matter what angle someone looked at him, he looked strange. Some kind of rejuvenation technique? Wang Wei commented. Not just that. It seems to be a technique derived from the past, present, and future Buddha scroll that uses time Tao to achieve rejuvenation. What an interesting technique. Donor, saluted monk Pure Child. To what do I owe this meeting? Wang Wei was curious since he thought Buddhism had no reason to see him. He had already decreased their ticket price to 3 pills, and if the latter only wanted to pay his respect, he didn't have to wait and could have just sent a note. Donor, I have 2 messages from the Mother Buddha. Wang Wei immediately became serious and listened attentively. First, she said a few nexuses of destiny are approaching, and she wanted to warn you in case you haven't detected them. Wang Wei nodded as he felt this way. Many major events were about to happen, and he was in the center of a few, if not all of them. He was aware and prepared for the worst. Second, she said you don't need to be in a rush since you have plenty of time. Not Yuan epochs, but plenty of time nonetheless, monk Pure Child said. I see. Is that all? That's all, donor. Well, thank you for delivering the message. Pure Child bowed before leaving. Plenty of time, huh? That's good to hear. One of his fears is that Supreme Unity's comeback was sooner than expected. However, the latter's strength appeared to be at an all-time low in the Eternal Ascension world. This was good news for Wang Wei since now it was less likely for Supreme Unity to do something to the world while he was participating in the trial and unavailable. The only worry left is Time Eater, Wang Wei thought. He asked Xuan to watch over the latter, but he didn't know how reliable this ancestor of his is. All signs indicate he was pretty reliable, but he operated under the same assumption as Maitreya and paid with his life. Ancestor, don't blame me, blame my trauma, Wang Wei said before sending a talisman to Tong Ruobing, asking her to leave her golden body to supervise Time Eater's seal. He also granted the golden body the power to summon Sage Lin Qi's spirit if necessary. Excellent, Wang Wei muttered, feeling more at ease. Let's meet the next guest. A woman with an eye patch on her right eye flew over, and her aura was immediately off. She had the peaceful and nature-like aura of all Taoist priests, but there was also an underlying blood aura that hadn't been thoroughly washed off. Additionally, her right eye had its own dark and creepy aura. I thought you would have died in that civil war, Wang Wei said. I thought the same too, Zhenbai replied. However, here I am, alive and better than ever. Alive, yes, but better than ever? Wang Wei looked at her eye patch. He could feel a terrifying curse in that thing. A small price to pay to survive that war, she responded. The Civil War and Buddhism-Taoism War were brutal, but there were many payoffs, including the fact that Zhenbiyu was now one of the core members of the surviving Taoism factions. Now, she only needs to become a paragon to solidify her position, and once the ancestors return, she will be immensely rewarded for her services. The reward should pave the way for her path to a peak paragon at the minimum or a primal at the best. Well, I'm glad you're doing well. Come, sit. Wang Wei served her tea, and as soon as she sipped it, she felt it became easier to contain the curse in her eyes. Thank you, Zhenbiyu said sincerely. No problem, but you should be more careful of that curse, or it will corrode your other personality. Zhenbiyu frowned. Her other personality was the primary source of her cultivation talent, so she could not let anything happen to it. I'll be more careful from now on. Wang Wei nodded. I'm guessing you're here to represent Taoism. What did they want? I'm here simply to check whether our previous leader's actions will not affect our relationship with the Tao opening sect. The fact I didn't ban you or charge you more than the others showed our feelings, Wang Wei replied calmly. That's all we hope to hear. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1429 Reunions, 12. As Wang Wei watched Jin Biyu depart, he suddenly remembered he hadn't implanted Tao seeds into his chosen Taoist and Buddhist avatars. A few of his future plans require a deep understanding of these two religious/spiritual beliefs, but he does not want to spend millions of yuan epoch studying them, so the Tao seed is his best approach. I can choose one of their participants from the trial, but the issue is Buddhism, Wang Wei thought. He did not believe his method could be hidden from Maitreya, even after improving it by including his knowledge of existence blueprint. Maybe be above board about the truth, and she might understand and allow it, Wang Wei thought. He ultimately decides to do it and allows Maitreya to choose how to respond once she discovers it. How she responds will also reveal much about her personality. Maitreya is currently on their side, but a part of Wang Wei still remained vigilant that everything was a facade. He checked his message talisman and knew he still had 2 more guests, and he was slightly surprised by the second group. Interesting. I wonder why the Grand Sect Alliance wishes to see me. Despite his curiosity, Wang Wei still saw the Great Qin court as a small power move. So, 2 people flew into his mountain. The first person looked slightly similar, but Wang Wei could not place where he knew him. Where will I know a small and weak Tao ancestor? More importantly, why is the Qin court using him as a guide to meet me? This person must have some connection with him, but he couldn't immediately recognize him. Wang Wei did not dwell on it too much as he looked at the person behind, who was probably the true representative of this meeting. This man was the embodiment of a scholar with his clothes, feather fan, and official hat. The Qin's prime minister, Wang Wei thought. Red Mask has already handed him all the essential information he needed about all the overlords and their current leader and political structure. So, he knew much about Prime Minister Zhu Qinghuang, including the fact he was married to a Qin princess who was a direct descendant of Zheng. Lord Wang Wei, I wonder if you remember me, said the little Tao ancestor. Who are you? Wang Wei asked. I am Jianghu from Great Zhou. Oh, the traitor, Wang Wei suddenly remembered. During his supreme outlaw trial, the Great Zhou dynasty's crown prince wanted revenge for his brother, Ji Song, so he schemed with one of the ancestors to destroy the dynasty. Jianghu was at the core of that rebellion and successfully ascended once freed from his burden as a guardian. Wang Wei didn't remember him because his mind was occupied during the trial, and he did not pay much attention to what happened to Great Zhou since it did not affect him much. Jianghu was embarrassed but was also thick-skinned and would not let such words affect him. Yes, that's me. How did you get entangled with the Great Qin dynasty? I have rebuilt Great Zhou, and we are an affiliated dynasty of Qin, Jianghu explained. Never thought of you as the ambitious kind, but I guess I didn't know you well enough to make such an assumption, Wang Wei nodded. I reckon you're here for the court. He looked at the Prime Minister. Yes, this Prime Minister Zhu Qinghuang, he's here to represent Great Qin. After saying these words, Jianghu stepped aside and moved behind the Prime Minister. Young Master Wang Wei, it's a pleasure to meet you. The pleasure is all mine, Wang Wei replied calmly. But I need to stop you here. I can tell you act like a scholar, meaning you will speak in circles before you get to the point. I don't have time to waste here, so let's be as straightforward as possible. You're just as the report stated, Zhu Qinghuang smiled. Very well. I'm here to alleviate the tension between our 2 factions. Then you can start by releasing Honghua. Young master, you're wise enough to know that's impossible, Zhu Qinghuang calmly replied, and Wang Wei just looked at him. Miss Honghua is our great guest, and we are even granting her one of the spots for this trial. Oh. Wang Wei muttered before a look of realization flashed in his eyes. So, the minor Heavenly Emperor title is not enough, so you want to raise her into a paragon and have her take all the risk of raising the title to a higher level. That's not a bad plan, but aren't you afraid of losing your asset? We are not. Wang Wei glanced at him. Your calm demeanor tells me that Zheng has realized he can no longer hide what his transcendent path is to the world, so he decided to be more upfront, direct, and aggressive. Dong Tian did not do justice to the pressure of conversing with this man. Zhu Qinghuang contemplated quietly, but his facial expression remained the same. We are powerful and have been preparing for a long time, so it makes sense to be more confident and aggressive. True. So, you can understand how important she is to us, the Prime Minister continued. Alright, since you don't want to release her, what else can you do to alleviate the tension between us? The fact you charge us 7 pills per ticket and limit our numbers to 5 is unfair, so, no talking in circles. Yes. We will offer you a life dragon protection talisman in exchange for being treated fairly. Oh. Wang Wei was immediately interesting. This particular talisman was a unique resource of the Great Qin Saint Court created using their deep understanding of luck Dao. Upon activation, the talisman will release protection around a person's existence, and for an extended period, no damage can affect the existence. It's the perfect talisman for the Paragon Immeasurable Tribulation. Are you sure about this? Wang Wei asked. The value of that talisman was numerous times that of what the Qin court would have to pay for the trial's participants, even if they had a 20-place quota. Like I said, we are trying to build bridges, Zhu Qinghuang stated. I have to say, I'm surprised, Wang Wei said as he leaned back on his chair to get a better look at the man before him. I thought your dynasty's approach toward me would be less friendly. It seems you may have some misunderstanding about us or our emperor, Zhu Qinghuang replied calmly. Maybe you're right. Wang Wei had to admit he had some hidden animosity toward Zheng because he's also from Earth and the prehistoric world. He always felt this man had invaded his territory despite the fact the latter was here before him. Well, I have no reason to object to this deal, Wang Wei agreed. However, I'll say it beforehand, don't give me a shoddy product or one of those talismans that have an extremely short duration. That would contradict our intention to make peace, wouldn't it? I just wanted to be clear, Wang Wei stated. And I have one more requirement. Zhu Qinghuang frowned. Go ahead, but please do not go too far. It's nothing that important. I just want you to establish a meeting between Honghua and her wife. You can be in charge of the entire operation, and I won't interfere, but make sure nothing happens to Hua Shui. That can be arranged, Zhu Qinghuang agreed without an issue. They need to give Honghua enough hope so she does not compromise their plans, and this meeting can help immensely. Excellent. Let's get everything in writing, Wang Wei nodded before proceeding with the next step of signing a binding contract. Once everything was established, he did not escort them out but calmly watched them depart. That bastard Jianghu is truly unfortunate, Wang Wei thought while shaking his head. After hearing some of Qin's greatest secrets, this guy will not live for long. Under normal circumstances, Zhu Qinghuang might be merciful and only erase his memory, but sadly, the information he learned involved Zheng's path of transcendence. Although Qin has decided to be bolder, that does not mean a little Dao ancestor ant can spy on their secrets. Forget him, Wang Wei thought as his mind shifted to something more substantial. I forgot about the Yama kings. These bastards despise me, so I doubt they would feel any less about Zheng. So, unless he plans to make an enemy out of them, it's futile for him to pursue the Earth Emperor position. However, it's another story if he uses Honghua as a proxy. If Honghua is this valuable to Great Qin, it might be impossible to save her and turn her against them. There is also the fact that she was the perfect experiment subject to test whether his transcendent path was feasible. Honghua already has 3 of the positions, so Zheng only needs to grant her the 3rd using Shu Ren's nether hell and experiment on her to deduce a feasible transcendent cultivation technique. Zheng has become a greater threat in the race for transcendence, Wang Wei summarized with squinted eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1430 Reunions, 13, Wang Wei invited his next guest, and the leading person was an old acquaintance. It would be better to describe him as an old opponent, one of the few worthy ones he had in the lower dimension. Wang Wei slowly watched as the two flew over to his small pavilion, and he glanced at the introducer. You're weak, Wang Wei said. Indeed, Chu Luo sighed deeply. In the lower dimension, they were once the two once most powerful geniuses of that era, but slowly, he had to watch as Wang Wei surpassed and reached heights he could never fathom. Wang Wei looked at him. Chu Luo's cultivation was only 63%, not even an Empyrean. However, with a single look, Wang Wei could guess the reason such a genius could not even reach the peak of the Emperor realm. Do you regret your decision to ascend early? Wang Wei asked. Not at all, Chu Luo replied firmly. After ascending, he discovered his parents were undercover agents for the Grand Sect Alliance serving in the rebellion. Things went horribly wrong in one mission, and they were severely injured. Chu Luo's cultivation is so low because he had no merit and world source from the lower dimension since he ascended early and because he had to support his parents' healing and cultivation. The Grand Sect Alliance is the biggest faction, meaning they have the most elite members of all overlords and the second highest number of people after the Limitless Exchange Hall. Chu Luo's creation Dao brought him much benefit in the alliance, but it did not help that he was not a Dao overlord. As such, he was treated decently but not enough to develop his potential fully. That's good to hear, Wang Wei nodded. It appeared Chu Luo's filial piety was still a core of his personality. Wang Wei condensed a fishing rod and said, "Go fish on that pond. Consider what you catch as a gift from an old opponent." Chu Luo was confused but still politely accepted the gift. Meanwhile, Wang Wei focused on the second guest. "You're a member of the Crystal Eye clan?" he asked when he saw this man had no eyeballs but 2 pure blue gems in his sockets. "That's right. I thought your kind was extinct," Wang Wei commented. The crystal in this race's eyes had a variety of functions, including weapon refining, soul tempering, and even acquiring divine abilities upon absorption. So, cultivators did what cultivators do, they hunted this race to extinction for their eyes. "We surrendered to the Alliance to preserve our race," the man replied. Although his voice did not change, Wang Wei could swear he saw a hint of anger and hatred flashed in these deep blue gems. He motioned the latter person to sit beside him as he served tea. "And who are you exactly?" Wang Wei asked. "Vice Alliance leader Lei Shi." "You're the invisible one," Wang Wei realized. The Alliance is ruled, on the surface, by a council composed of the Alliance leader and 7 vice leaders. In this generation, one of the vice leader rarely showed his face, making many people curious. Now, he understood why the latter remained invisible. "That's me," Lei Shi nodded calmly. "So, why are you here?" "I don't think I have any reasons to associate with your alliance." These meetings were never about paying respects to him, so he was baffled by what they wanted since Wang Wei did not place any restrictions on the alliance despite the rocky relationship between the two factions. "There is a delicate matter we would like to negotiate with you," Lei Shi said carefully. "You have captured one of our wanted fugitives, and we would like to discuss the possibility of you returning him to us." "Your fugitive?" Wang Wei was genuinely baffled. "Empyrean Black Heart." "Him? Since when was he your prisoner?" Wang Wei asked strangely. "He stole something crucial from us, and you know how pride and face are the most important to factions on our level," Lei Shi stated. "So, we buried the news while trying to capture him as soon as possible. Unfortunately, he was slippery and always evaded our efforts." "Is that so?" Wang Wei commented. Lei Shi looked at him, trying to glean any information from his facial expression, but to no avail. Regardless, he continued with his objective. "We understand you're the one who captured him, so we're prepared to reward you for handing him over." Wang Wei sipped his tea. He did not believe a single word out of this man's mouth. The previous Grand Sect Alliance might have been able to hide such a significant event, but that was simply impossible in the 7 Moon era. Furthermore, as soon as this man named Empyrean Black Heart, Wang Wei had an inkling of what they were after, the Desire Heart Palace. The question is whether the Grand Sect Alliance has any connection to the Desire Heart Palace or wanted Black Heart because they are desperate for a transcendent path and thought they could peek at the palace's secrets through him. Wang Wei leaned more toward the latter since all the information he knew about their leader, Dugu Badian. He did not seem like the kind of person who would submit to anyone. No, he would not serve under anyone. After all, this was a man whose name can be translated literally as the lone white heaven. Such pride, arrogance, and ambition will not submit to anyone. "It's not impossible for me to trade with you," Wang Wei said, and he meant it. After acquiring his blueprint technique, he checked Blackheart's situation, and the resolve scared him a little. His intuition told him something was there, but he saw nothing, no matter how carefully he looked. Ultimately, he concluded the power used by the Heart Desire Palace was not something his current self could peek at. This also meant Black Heart was now a hot potato, and Wang Wei wanted to throw it to someone else. "I'm glad to hear this," Lei Shi stated, not hiding his excitement. "Our alliance has prepared a handsome reward for your cooperation." "Slow down your excitement," Wang Wei raised his hand. "I'm willing to exchange, but it cannot be now." "What do you mean?" Lei Shi asked, his demeanor suddenly changing. "It's just like I said, I still need him for something, so I cannot hand him over now," Wang Wei reiterated. He still wanted to recheck Black Heart after becoming a Paragon. More importantly, if he traded him now, the Grand Sect Alliance would only treat him as an Empyrean, and their reward wouldn't be much. However, once Wang Wei reveals his status as a member of the Heart Desire Palace and the fact they need him for their transcending path, he can get a higher price. "Young Master Wang Wei, why make this harder than it has to be? Black Heart has no value in your hands, so why not exchange it for some rare resources?" Lei Shi said calmly, but his voice contained a slight coldness. "Are you worried about your lost treasure?" Wang Wei replied calmly. "You can tell what it is, and I'll fetch it for you. This involves our alliance secret, so we cannot do that. Aren't you guys worried I'll take the treasure after you reveal its existence?" "Well, you don't have to, since I'm willing to hand it over directly now to facilitate a better relationship for our future trade." Lei Shi's lips twitched. "It would be in our best interest to take Black Heart back and retrieve our treasure ourselves." "It seems this treasure is more valuable than I thought," Wang Wei commented. "How about this? Although a bit invasive, I'm willing to sign the highest binding contract to erase my memories of all knowledge about this treasure. This should satisfy you, correct?" "This." Lei Shi was momentarily speechless, but Wang Wei only smiled. "Have you realized your eagerness has revealed too much information?" he stated. Lei Shi took a deep breath, calming himself down. "He seems to be contemplating or weighing something." "Don't even try to use your eye ability that can twist people's will," Wang Wei warned. "Otherwise, your fate will be the same as your clan brethren." Lei Shi felt a chill down his spine, followed by a tinge of pain in his eyes. "What do you want?" he asked directly. "Like I said, I'm not opposed to selling him, but you have to wait after the trial and pay something that truly reflects his value." Wang Wei has already calculated Blackheart's value to the Alliance was comparable to a few rare Paragon resources, and if he pushed it, maybe even some valuable information about transcendence. However, he also had to sell it before the catastrophe, since his value would deteriorate with more transcendent-related things appearing. "Are you sure you want to do this? Is this supposed to be some kind of threat?" Wang Wei laughed. "Very well," Lei Shi said as he took a deep breath. "I will relay your requirements, and we will contact you in the future." Lei Shi stood up and left with Chu Luo, who did not forget to thank Wang Wei for the gift. He fished out a pill that was excellent at breaking the Empyrean realm bottleneck. With this pill and the reward for introducing the alliance to Wang Wei, Chu Luo had enough resources to reach the Empyrean peak. Unfortunately, Hell missed the trial, meaning Hell still be behind his peers. "It may not be such a bad thing that you're currently behind," Wang Wei thought as he watched them fly away. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1431 Reunions, Finale. I now understand why the upcoming catastrophe targets the overlords. After ruling the world for so long, all of them have become arrogant, prideful, and corrupt, Wang Wei thought. Why do loose cultivators hate clans and sects? It's not just because they hoard all the wealth, but also because dealing with their members is a nightmare due to their overinflated pride and ego. I bet the decadence of the Golden Era started before the ultimate taboo. Better yet, the taboo should have been the solution to this problem, Wang Wei analyzed. Sadly, the taboo failed, and the subsequent era became an opportunity to suppress these overlords' arrogance and pride. Sadly, they did not respect any of the moon's rules, so they just buried that pride until things returned to normal. Wang Wei reckoned that even if Time Eater were not present, Heavenly Tao would have weeded out the overlords before the start of the Transcendent Era. It seems class solidification is bad for development in any world. Wang Wei shook his head before returning to his peaceful life. Now that he had met all the overlords, he had no more meetings and could focus on enjoying the few hundred years. Wang Wei was glad he recreated his garden or started fishing again, as the peaceful environment did soothe his loneliness somehow. However, he was wrong, as he had a few more unexpected guests. I didn't expect to see you until the trial, Wang Wei said as he stood up from his fishing spot. I wanted to come sooner, but I was finishing some last-minute training, Ji Lanfang said. He summoned 2 gourds, and Wang Wei noticed that both his arms were slightly brown. Wang Wei was even more surprised after checking his existence. This wine is called Sword Strike, try it. Wang Wei caught the battle and took a sip. He immediately felt the effect. His spirit entered an empty space and started battling countless swordsmen. For a moment, Wang Wei experienced the pride and heroism that his father and all swordsmen often boast about, and he understood why these men loved their weapons more than their wives. He still thought it was stupid, but he understood. Great wine, he commented. If he were a swordsman and of lower cultivation, this would be a supreme wine for training and improving his strength. It is, isn't it? Ji Lanfang smiled as he sat down next to him. Your father, he's fine, right? All I know is he's alive, Wang Wei sighed. After ascending, I've met countless great swordsmen, but none can click with me as your father, Ji Lanfang complained. It would be terrible to lose such a friend. I understand that sentiment, Wang Wei nodded. He and Li Jun just clicked after that fateful meeting when they were children. The only person he had felt this way toward was Su Shi. Still, their different factions made it impossible for their relationship to develop genuinely. Since they were not as pure as those swordsmen, their conversation usually had too many underlying things, especially after ascending. The two chatted for a few minutes, reminiscing about their experience with Wang Tian. Wang Wei even learned some things about his father that he previously did not know, realizing that while he had his own adventure, his father had a life outside of being his father. Wang Wei, after allowing himself to get a little tipsy, asked, "Are you here for the power of nothingness?" "I knew I couldn't hide it from you, not as I was trying in the first place," Ji Lanfang nodded as he showed his 2 arms, which were a bronze color compared to his fair skin on the other parts. "My sword has only one purpose, absolute speed. However, if I want to achieve that, I cannot have any resistance when I slash." Ji Lanfang stabbed his finger in the air, and he was so fast most people would not notice he had moved in the first place. "I've conquered resistance, inertia, matter resistance, space-time resistance, and even countless other conceptual resistance, leaving only nothingness. Only when my sword can move in an area of absolute nothingness can I reach the speed I want. But nothingness is a bitch, and every time you swing your sword, you lose your arm," Wang Wei commented. "Exactly," Ji Lanfang nodded. "I was inspired by you and changed my body refining method to adapt slowly to the power of nothingness. Surprisingly, it allowed me to enter the Emperor Taboo battle realm, so I figured I could do the same in the Empyrean realm. Unfortunately, I underestimated that power when I tried, almost killing myself." "That's understandable," Wang Wei replied as he raised his hand to condense a talisman with his knowledge about nothingness. "Thank you," Ji Lanfang nodded as he carefully put it away. "I have prepared a great gift for your father. And if you ever need help tracking him down, don't hesitate to call." "No problem." Ji Lanfang eventually left, but Wang Wei had a smile on the corner of his mouth. "I thought Hufeng Wang had the most potential, but it seems I was wrong. I wonder who would win between them." This was hard to determine. Although Ji Lanfang's foundation is deeper since he entered the taboo in the Emperor realm, the actual value of the battle realm will only manifest in the transcendent realm. It's a kind of foundation or preparation for that stage. Ji Lanfang's attack potency is higher, but Hufeng Wang has versatility with all 5 unique bloodlines. However, Ji Lanfang now follows the ultimate sword path, meaning he no longer has the flaw of a weak body. Meanwhile, Hufeng Wang's cultivation is 1% higher than his, and given how close their other attributes or stats are, it's enough to make a difference in this scenario. On paper, a battle between these two looked 50 to 50, but if Wang Wei had to bet, he would bet on Hufeng Huang, and that's because of their battle experience. He could tell from his battle with her that she had pushed herself in her training, experiencing countless battles, even life and death, in the past 10,000 yuan epochs. Meanwhile, Ji Lanfang's aura tells me his battles were mostly learning experiences. He has probably fought countless swordsmen but only to absorb the essence of their sword Dao to complement his. So, in a life and death battle, Wang Wei would put his money on Hufeng Huang. Everything can happen, so they might fight during the catastrophe. Wang Wei smiled as he continued his rest. However, a little over 5 years later, he received a request from another unexpected guest. Is he trying to ask for compensation? Wang Wei's lips twitched before accepting the request. Old Ma, how have you been? Wang Wei asked while checking the latter's bloodline to see if he was related to the Ma clan. Sadly, they only had the same name. It's a shame. I could have claimed Ma Likius' reward immediately after the trial. I'm not here for your sweet words, Old Ma said directly without even sitting down. You gutted our rebellion, leaving nothing but crumbs. The Lord sent me to get recuperation. Alright, we're old friends, so why are you saying things to ruin that? Wang Wei said as he poured out the tea. However, Old Ma refused to sit down or drink. You should be here for the trial, right? I'll offer you 3 free spots. Only 3? What do you mean only 3? Wang Wei argued. That's 3 future paragons, that's 3 spots that your broke lord cannot afford. Old Ma's face turned red. He wanted to argue and yell, but he was telling the truth. Paragon Jimin was new, which also means he was broke. He came so late because they were trying to accumulate the wealth for the tickets, but they failed. Luckily, Old Ma's face was thick, so he quickly recovered. After everything you've done, you only give us 3 spots. Aren't you ashamed? What have I done? Wang Wei asked with pure and innocent eyes. Those men I took wanted to follow me since your leader was absent. You can't blame me for that. You. Old Ma never thought he would meet someone more shameless than him. What about what you did to our leader? You mean saving his life? You bastard. Don't play innocent, you could have saved him instead of forcing him to cast that curse. The situation was complex, and I realized the only way for him to escape was death. I just ensure he was a normal death instead of a true death, Wang Wei argued. In fact, he should thank me since I made his death worth something. Didn't he receive some luck for assisting in eliminating one of 5 Feathers' lives? You have an answer for everything, don't you? Old Ma said with gritted teeth. I don't lie, so I usually have an answer for everything, Wang Wei boldly lied. Old Ma almost exploded. 3 is not enough, he nearly yelled. 3 is quite generous, Wang Wei countered. And tell Jimin that he owes me for saving his life. Wang Wei did not previously use any karmic threat after saving Jimin since he did feel a little bad, but now, he blatantly used it in front of Old Ma. You. Trying to take advantage of me? Humph, you're 1,000 yuan epoch too young, Wang Wei thought. Alright, you have overstayed your welcome. Tell Jimin to choose his candidates wisely since he should understand how terrifying the Paragon Tribulation is. Old Ma's demeanor suddenly changed as he bowed to Wang Wei, as you wish. Life is truly like a play, and the best actors are the winners, Wang Wei murmured as he watched Old Ma fly away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1432 The Trial's Entry. Is it already time? Wang Wei thought as he slowly opened his eyes from his quick meditation. He stood up and stretched his body for a few seconds before leaving the room to see Red Mask waiting for him. Ready? He asked. Everything is settled. Good. Wang Wei walked away, and Red Mask turned into a shadow and blended with Wang Weiss. Wang Qi was already waiting outside. I'll leave everything else to you. Patriarch, you know I'm reliable. During the remaining rest time, Wang Wei took the opportunity to officially become the Wang clan's sect master. He did everything quietly and covertly, and only a few people knew of this sudden change in power. Wang Wei has already started executing his low-key motto, so he will only meet all the upper echelons of the Wang clan after becoming a paragon. For now, the position will increase his chances of passing the immeasurable tribulation. I know, Wang Wei nodded before flying out of his mountain range, where 10 people were awaiting his presence. He did not interfere with these clan selection process, so this was the first time he met these people. Only 2 of them can be described as exceptional by my standards, Wang Wei thought. All these people were peak Empyreans, and some were double refiners with body refining achievements. However, only 2 of them had something unique about them. The first one is the heir of the Su clan, Su Dandan. Besides the Wang clan and the sectarian faction, who are hotspots of all kinds of talents, all the other clans have their own niche or expertise. The Su clan is a family of body refiners, and Su Dandan inherited her clan's legacy. She was slightly muscular, distinguishing her aesthetics from the general norm for women in the cultivation world. However, her muscular frame brought a different kind of beauty, the kind that appreciated the female form in all its glory, especially since she wore blue tight-fitting martial clothes. Her hair was shoulder-length, and her body naturally released heat and excessive yang energy. Such a terrifying blood energy, Wang Wei thought. Wang Wei found her cultivation technique fascinating. The simplest way to explain it was that she infinitely stacked her blood qi. A better way to describe it is that she used a cultivation technique that trained blood qi with only 10 levels and cultivated it to level 10 billion and above. It was simple, crude, but highly effective. In some ways, her cultivation approach is the purest form of body refining, Wang Wei commented. No body refiners can escape tempering their blood qi in their cultivation's early or middle journey. However, blood qi will eventually be changed to something else or evolve to a higher power, but it is still the essence. Wang Wei shifted his gaze to the second person with potential, Xianxia. The Xia family's expertise is assassination and espionage powered by Shadow Dao. Xianxia did not forget that as he forged his own path. The unique thing about him is that he used his grand mist to create a large world with only shadow energy and creatures. He then connected that world to the source chi space, allowing him an infinite amount of shadow energy to boost his techniques and divine abilities. He has basically abandoned using his grand mist world to cultivate any subordinates, as all the shadow lives exist only to absorb or sacrifice when he needs a boost in battle, Wang Wei analyzed. He must admit that this Xiaoxiaoli was dedicated to the way of assassin and the way of shadow. He glanced at the others but did not catch anything unexpected. I know your elders have already warned you, but I will do it again to demonstrate the importance of this warning. Be careful with the Paragon Tribulation, because if you die, no peak Paragon will waste their time rebuilding your existence. Dying in the Tribulation is an event close to achieving true death. The only way to revive someone who failed their Paragon Tribulation is for a peak Paragon to spend at least 1,000,000 yuan epochs rebuilding their existence. No Paragon wants to waste their time, especially when people who have been revived will have 100 times harder passing the Tribulation a second time. So, unless they are family or loved, few people will put the effort into reviving those who fail in their Tribulation. It seems you understand. Good, in that case, let's go. Wang Wei flew into the trial's designated mountain. He passed through a dimensional barrier that isolated the ample internal space of this mountain. The group found themselves in a green plain with countless magical circles floating above their heads. Everyone had already arrived, and their presence garnered much attention. Wang Wei looked around, and most of the people he expected to come were here, with a few surprises. Chu Luo was not there, but Shi Qian came. Furthermore, he saw the Golden Sword Emperor amongst the Sword Path League people. He also saw the current ruler of the Southern Chu dynasty, also known as the Third Prince. The latter wanted to see Wang Wei, but he declined. Since everyone is here, we can now begin, said a deep, coarse voice. Remember, do not resist what is going to happen. The magic circles in the air activated, followed by a dragon roar. All the participants' chi luck manifested, including Wang Wei, who had hidden its unique qualities. The chi luck dragons rushed into the sky, forming a beautiful sight of thousands of multicolored dragons swimming between heaven and earth. Then, the dragons released chains that embedded themselves into the void. The dragon roared as they pulled something from the unknown. Everyone felt a slight tremor but saw nothing change in the sky until a bright silver gate hung above everybody's head. The operation has been successful, the deep voice stated. Be mindful that the surrounding area of the River of Time is turbulent, so it may be best to protect your great emperors in case something goes wrong. The great emperors were immediately embarrassed, but it couldn't help that they were at the bottom of this team. However, no one flew to the gate despite the voice's words. Instead, countless eyes secretly looked at the Dao opening sex team. Wang Wei understood these people's mentality, so he did not comment and just flew with his team toward the gate. He sensed a subtle void fluctuation before the team found themselves in this infinite white space with nothing in sight, including a single speck of matter. Wang Wei and everyone else was confused before a spirit about an arm's length in height materialized before everyone. Here, can everyone hear me? The spirit said, his voice audible to all the participants. I am Sir Lu, the spirit controlling this trial. Due to unexpected events, your world forcefully summoned us, making everything chaotic. He let his words simmer for a few seconds. We were in the process of landing in a chosen world, and we will continue doing so, meaning you have to wait before the other participants arrive to begin the mortalhood trial. After saying these words, Sir Lu did not wait for anyone and disappeared from this place. I knew it, Wang Wei thought. However, this will complicate things. The presence of other chaos worlds will have countless implications, many of which were the last thing he wanted. Let's take precautions. All eyes on me, Wang Wei said before raising his hand to separate them into an isolated dimension away from any prying eyes. The presence of other chaos worlds can be devastating to the Eternal Ascension world, so we must take some precautions. Wang Wei did not let them process his words as he started his action. He used his time Dao to summon a projection of the River of Time. Then, from the river, he condensed a yellow rope of time energy, and with a thought, a lock attached itself. He waved his hand, and the rope flew before every participant, followed by a lock. Many people wanted to resist this strange spell or technique, but as soon as they tried something, they felt a chill down their spine as an intense killing intent locked them. This is not enough, Wang Wei muttered before summoning the River of Fate and intertwining strings to the rope. The next step was to invoke a Paragon artifact to bless the lock on the rope. This rope symbolizes our world's information and history, your information and history. Those of you who are aware of what's going on should understand what length these foreign chaos worlds will go to get news on the current situation of the Eternal Ascension world. The faces of the people who haven't figured out what Wang Wei meant changed drastically. They understand what kind of danger they may face in this trial. The only people who remained clueless were the loose cultivators who did not know anything outside of their home world. If you have a Paragon artifact, bless the lock to ensure our information is secure, Wang Wei ordered. A few people hesitated, but the ones who understood the bigger picture did not hesitate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1433 The trial begins. These geniuses, no, powerhouses, no longer hesitated as they summoned their Paragon artifact to bless this history timeline lock, ensuring their privacy had the highest level of protection. You. Wang Wei said, pointing at 12 people. I know you have an artifact. Don't waste people's time. The people chosen had an ugly expression, wondering how this bastard knew such information. One of them, an ordinarily dressed scholar, who remained calm after Wang Wei's accusation, smiled before saying, Lord Wang Wei, not all of us are lucky to be from a powerful faction. Possessing a Paragon artifact is a luxury that many cannot afford. Wang Wei glanced at him and immediately knew this was a two-faced scholar. Although he appeared kind and approachable, the hidden stink of blood on his body could not be hidden from his senses. Wang Wei did not say another word. He did not mention that just by coming in contact with a Paragon artifact, these people's existence had some lasting traces even if the artifact's aura had long been erased. The two-faced scholar felt a terrifying pressure weighing on him. He felt his intestines and his soul were being squeezed together. What's the meaning of this? He yelled, trying to rally more attention toward him. However, instead of backing off, Wang Wei became more blatant as his killing intent manifested to suppress him. The scholar opened his mouth to say something, but the pressure was too much. He had a feeling that if he pushed his luck, he would die. Mer, sigh, he uttered with difficulty, and Wang Wei decreased the pressure. The scholar did hesitate to summon his greatest trump card, a hairpin with a few broken spots. With gritted teeth, the scholar blessed the timeline. The other 11 learned from his mistake and did not try their luck, so the process soon ended. It's still not enough, Wang Wei muttered before pointing at the floor to manifest a magical circle and a small altar. His Qi Luck dragon materialized before shrinking to a size small enough to rest on the altar. Wang Wei clasped his hand and bowed 90 degrees. Heaven and earth above, I would not contact you if the fate of our world were not on the line. I besieged you to manifest in this humble dimension. All the participants felt a terrifying will descend on this place, and they knew who it was, Heavenly Tao. Luckily, it did not fully materialize in one-eye shape, or many couldn't bear the pressure. Wang Wei was an anomaly, that's why he had so many encounters with Heavenly Tao and Grand Tao. For most of these cultivators, the closest they've come to Heavenly Tao is when facing tribulations. Some don't even know Heavenly Tao's true form of one eye. Please, protect our information from being leaked, Wang Wei stated. The powerful will checked Wang Wei's spell, and a few seconds later, a golden chain materialized in this place, wrapping itself around the rope and locks. Now it's enough, Wang Wei nodded. With Heavenly Tao's blessing, only if another powerful half-step transcendent decides to show up will they have a chance at getting their information. Before that, no other methods would work, including soul search, divination, time rewind, Ying calculations, and countless others. Thank you for your help, Wang Wei bowed as Heavenly Tao's presence dissipated, and a few other participants also saluted. Wang Wei was about to dissipate the isolating dimension when he noticed an anomaly amongst the loose cultivators. The emotional aura their bodies released indicated they were unhappy about this lock. Were these guys planning to sell the information for a good price? Wang Wei analyzed. No, this is not just about loose cultivators gathering resources. The foreign chaos world should have spies left in the eternal ascension world, and my action has prevented these spies from reporting to their superiors. I should watch out for them. Everyone calmly waited for the trial to continue, and luckily, it was only for 5 years. A portal appeared opposite their group, teleporting countless people with terrifying auras. The Eternal Ascension world people swiftly noticed the number of people was at least 10 times theirs, which seemed a little too much. The way this group separates themselves and how their aura is radically different, Wang Wei observed. They are from different chaos worlds. As soon as he made this observation, he realized it made sense. The other chaos worlds did not isolate themselves like the Eternal Ascension world, meaning that news about the mortalhood trial should have spread. These foreign chaos worlds would not pass this opportunity to cultivate more paragons, so they should have negotiated. Even without the negotiation, some worlds would secretly sneak in to participate. There is also the fact that some worlds might be political, military, or economic allies, making sharing this trial something inevitable. Wang Wei observed everyone who arrived, analyzing them on a fundamental level. Then, he stopped as he noticed an anomaly. A man with white hair and blood-red skin was staring directly at him. The stare was laced with such an intense killing intent that you would think Wang Wei had killed this guy's parents. However, this man's strange appearance and hostility were not the weirdest part of him. Something is blocking my technique, and this power is so familiar. What is it? Oh, right, it's the power of obsession. With this information, he had put 2 and 2 together, deducing the latter's identity and why he hated him so much. However, Wang Wei did not approach or pay more attention as he continued his observation. Then, he discovered a second anomaly when observing a handsome young man who screamed that cockiness and, acting like a young master, were his personality. Not only was Wang Wei unable to read his existence, he felt a terrifying sense of danger from this man. Although it was fleeting, the danger was present, and it was overwhelming, Wang Wei thought. No, it was too overwhelming to be coming from an Empyrean. Even if it was a paragon, I doubt it would be so intense. He squinted his eyes, trying to think of this person's identity. Wang Wei moved his eyes to stop at a blind old woman dressed in pure black. He immediately detected the power of fate around her and decided her identity from this, the all-seeing temple. I did the right thing to hide my information. The few anomalies have proven this trial will be an annoyance, and their presence further reinforced Wang Wei's decision to remain low-key and act from the shadows. Wang Wei observed and analyzed. For a moment, he thought there would be no more surprise until the last person passed through the portal. A man more handsome than words could describe slowly flew from the gate. His pure white clothes, a symbol of his etherealness and purity, floated with the hair, along with his long, luscious, black hair. Dao rhymes followed him, and upon observation, everyone could tell this was not a show, but the laws of heaven and earth simply loved this man to such an extent. All eyes were on this man, including Wang Wei, but he stared for an entirely different reason. The moment he laid eyes on this bastard, he sensed a natural repulsion, followed by a thread of fate he never discovered connecting them. Wang Wei immediately knew their life was destined to intertwine whether he wanted to or not. My destined enemy, the son of Grand Dao, Wang Wei figured out. What the hell is going on? However, he immediately had an answer after asking himself. Grand Dao was trying to stop his rise before he reached the level of becoming a genuine problem. In other words, I'm once again fucked by my future self, Wang Wei groaned internally. He wanted to curse, but since this was not the first time, he was calmer this time. Sir Lu had appeared, meaning it was time for this trial to begin officially. Can everyone hear me? Good, Sir Lu nodded. We have amassed a tremendous amount of destiny, so we decided to raise the stake of the trial. There it is, Wang Wei complained. However, before we begin, I should give anyone who so wishes a chance to decline their participation, Sir Lu continued. Once you enter, the only way to leave is to become a paragon or meet stringent requirements that you would probably die before accomplishing. He let his words simmer while giving the participants their last chance to save their lives. However, everyone present was the elites among elites, so they knew the risk of coming here and would not cower now in the face of danger. Even if someone wishes to, they can't back down now in the presence of their peers. This is not the time to let pride rule your decision, Sir Lu warned, but his words had no effect. Well, it's your choice. He snapped his finger, and everyone teleported to another location. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1434 The trial's rules. As soon as they arrived at the destination, no one had the time to look around as they sensed their bodies experiencing a tremendous change. Many people immediately sat down cross-legged to check this change, Wang Wei included. Most people failed to detect anything. If they did, it was only surface level. But Wang Wei saw everything. He saw how an unknown power directly suppressed all the characteristics in his existence that granted him his eternal lifespan before squeezing these characteristics for an unknown pure energy that is divested into the ground. Is this trial some kind of secret plot to steal people's power? Wang Wei thought. Such thought stopped him from enjoying the superb application of existence that this trial just exerted. It doesn't make sense. Only a powerful half-step transcendent could make such a trial, and the power from these Empyreans should be nothing to them even if it has been storing it for ages. Wang Wei kept his skepticism, but he did not make any conclusions. He continued observing the process, trying to record and learn from it as much as possible. I have 10 million years of lifespan left, Wang Wei thought as he opened his eyes to observe everyone. It appeared he was the highest, if you don't count the people he could not read, and the smallest amount he detected was 1,200 years. The process was not random but based on the individual's foundation and how developed their existence is. He doesn't look too happy. It seems his lifespan is not much. Although he could not read any information from the cocky young master, the latter did a terrible job of hiding his emotions. How is everyone doing? Sir Lu said with a smile as his voice spread to every corner. However, no one was in the mood to share his jovial enthusiasm. Now that you have acclimated to the environment, let me introduce the rules, Sir Lu continued. You are now in the residential area, and it's also the safe zone. No fighting and killing is allowed here. Everyone looked around, and nothing was nearby besides a few enormous towers in the distance. It appeared they needed to build their own accommodations. Outside that barrier is the hunting area, divided into 2 levels, Sir Lu continued. The hunting area contained a creature unique to our trial called the bestowal monster. Level 1 hunting area contained Empyrean tier creatures and level 2 for paragons. Everyone listened attentively, not wanting to miss a single word. Hunting creatures is everything in this trial, Sir Lu smirked. You want to cultivate? Hunt monsters. You want to increase your lifespan? Hunt monsters. You want a token to allow other members of your faction to enter the trial without being summoned? Hunt monsters. Many people frowned as this was not what they expected from this trial. However, Sir Lu was not about to explain or alleviate their concerns. There are a few rules when hunting. You cannot summon your elders or power beyond your capabilities unless it is to save yourself. However, be warned, we can exile you from this trial if you go too far. You can use artifacts higher than your realm, but puppets are not allowed, unless you refine them yourselves. Sir Lu did not care about these people's complaints. He waved his hand, and a token appeared in everybody's hands. Every monster killed will reward a certain amount of points based on their individual strength, and the token will record your current and accumulative points, both important, Sir Lu continued. Points will be used in the towers over there. Everyone looked at the towers. There are 8 towers. The Dao Tower will make understanding the Grand Dao source easier and help break bottlenecks. You are allowed to use the resources you brought for additional boosts. The Soul Tower will make it easier to build a Paragon soul. The Heart Tower will allow you to experience samsara to cultivate your mind and willpower. You can also stimulate the time-erasing tribulation and read about the experience of former trial takers. The Luck Tower will help you achieve White Chi Luck Dragon. The Tribulation Tower is where you underwent your transformation. The tower can accelerate the time of your tribulations while minimizing the backlash. A Paragon tribulation can be as fast as a few million years to a few yuan epochs, so the participants understood the need for this tower. The Essence Tower is for all the indestructible Empyreans. This tower has everything you need to reach higher levels, including cultivation techniques and the experience of former participants. The Life Tower is where you heal your injuries after hunting or after the tribulation. Of course, like everything else, it's accelerated. Lastly, it's the Battle Tower. This is where you fight for honor or wager your trial points. The top 100 will receive rewards in the form of points, and I will tell you a little secret. The Battle Tower is the only place besides hunting where you can receive other rewards like a life increase or trial token. However, to do so, you must have an unbeatable fighting record or stay at the top spot for an extended period. These participants' eyes shone brighter than the sun. They are the darling of their worlds, always competing to be the best. Now, they can prove they are better than people in other chaos worlds. There is also the fact that winning a battle is the best way to take people's destiny and increase theirs. In other words, the Battle Tower can replace the Luck Tower, saving them points. I'm glad you're excited, but there is more, Sir Lu chuckled. He snapped his finger, and 2 scrolls appeared above the towers, one of them explicitly located above the Battle Tower. Remember when I said your accumulated points mattered? Sir Lu asked. The first list will keep records of the top 100 participants with the most points. These 100 seeded individuals will be granted a first selection pass, meaning they can use any of the towers whenever they desire. Everyone squinted at this revelation as they processed the implications. Yes, that means seeded participants can kick non-seed out of the tower to use it, and the higher the rank, the higher the power, Sir Lu chuckled. I'll tell you another secret. The rooms at the top of the tower are exponentially better than the others, and there is such thing as the best room. The eyes of these participants glowed with the unbridled power of ambition. They wanted one thing and one thing only, to be the number 1 and have the best of all the towers. The ranking in the Battle Tower will be based on your fighting records. I think that's it for all the rules. I don't think I missed something, Sir Lu stated contemplatively. Well, any questions? I have a question, someone raised their hands. Go ahead. Can we hunt in a team? Yes, that is allowed, but the distribution of points will left to you since the token will only register the person with the final kill. Sir Lu's words were simplified. Still, they also revealed information that intrigued certain grifters who planned to steal monsters. What about killing? Is that allowed? Someone else asked. It's allowed as long as you don't do it in the safety zone, and you will receive 3/4 of the dead participants' points. Sir Lu nodded calmly. That's good to hear. Can I sell longevity pills? Someone asked. You can, but I can tell you it's useless here. This was terrible news for the people who thought they could use their deep background and resources to compensate for their lack of lifespan. What if I exchange my lifespan for points? Someone asked. That is allowed, Sir Lu nodded. You mentioned stringent requirements to leave this trial early. What are they? Hunt 10 Paragon Bestall monster or have 5,000 undefeated streaks, Sir Lu responded calmly, making countless people shake their heads. More people continued asking questions, trying to understand the rules better. Then, out of nowhere, Yang, who had hidden his identity and blended with the loose cultivator crowd, raised his hand. Some of us like anonymity, so is it possible to hide our names in the seated list? Confident, aren't we? But that is to be expected, Sir Lu joked. Your name can be hidden, or you can use another identity. However, your homeworld origin cannot be hidden. The questions continued for a few more minutes before everything ended. Now that these questions have ended, it's time for the last section of this introduction, Sir Lu said with a smile. Remember when I said this particular trial had amassed a great deal of destiny, so things would be more interesting? Now it's time for me to give you a great surprise. Sir Lu coughed lightly to clear his throne. Usually, a participant must exit this trial after becoming a paragon. However, for this trial, we have extended the staying limit to the Paragon realm's 5th heaven, or 95% realm, as you call it. Sir Lu, are you saying? That's right. You can continue using our facilities until you reach a cultivation of 95%. People were immediately salivating after hearing this. Such news meant they could reach the middle level of the Paragon realm at a record time. Don't get too excited since there are more rewards and more rules, Sir Lu continued. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1435 On the Move. The rules are only one person can cultivate to the 5th heaven, and once that happens, there will be no more, Sir Lu continued. These participants became more excited. This trial brought back the feeling of the heaven will battle, the feeling of competing with all their peers for a single spot of glory. Please let me continue, Sir Lu stated to quiet down the murmurs. 2 people will be allowed to cultivate to the 4th heaven, 4 to the 3rd heaven, 8 to the 2nd heaven, and 16 to the 1st heaven. As you all know, even 1% can make a difference when cultivating in the Paragon realm, so don't miss this opportunity, even the 16 first heaven spots. Sir Lu was correct. Cultivation in the Paragon realm was challenging, and a difference of 1% can make a significant difference. Additionally, these participants have sensed a wind of change. Another round of chaos is about to cover the chaos universe, so the faster they grow, the higher their chances of survival. And if they grow fast enough, they might use the chaos to reach higher heights. Do you think that was all? Sir Lu smiled. I got more for you. The first person to reach 5th heaven will receive 5 entrance tokens, the 2 4th heavens will receive 2 tokens each, and the 4 3rd heaven will receive 1 token as a reward. So, hurry up and cultivate as fast as you can. Wang Wei calmly looked at the people around, secretly shaking his head. This trial took the concept of raising Gu to the limit as it dangled rewards before these geniuses to subtly encourage them to fight, compete, and kill one another. The interesting part is it does not matter whether you realize this, anyone with ambitions or pride in their heart will rise to the challenge. Alright, this is everything for now, Sir Lu stated. If there are any new developments, we will contact you through your trial token. As soon as he finished, countless people flew to the tower or directly to the hunting ground, leaving only a few level-headed individuals. Follow me, Wang Wei said to the Dao opening sect people before flying to a corner of the safety zone. With a thought, he recreated his transcending fate mountain, including the small manor and garden. Of course, the garden only looked the same and did not contain all the precious flowers the genuine thing had. Wang Wei calmly looked at his residence. Although the mountain looked the same, anyone who had been there could tell it was not. The genuine, transcending fate mountain oozed the power of fate, but this one had a heavy yin-yang aura. Additionally, the plague that called this place Transcending Fate Mountain now had the characters for Plum Blossom Mountain. Without hesitation, Wang Wei started engraving formations on the mountains while everyone else waited. Although this trial forbade fighting in this area, he would not place his safety on someone else. It took Wang Wei a few hours to finish, but he did not hurry. Look at you, the word impatient might as well be engraved in your faces, Wang Wei said as he walked inside the manor to his team. He sat on the main cushion, looking at this group. I must remind you your primary objective is to become paragons, not compete with others. You can compete with others after overcoming the immeasurable tribulation. Wang Wei let his words simmer, but it seems only a few of them heed his warnings. He frowned but did not say anything else. For the beginning of the test, you must move in a group. Hunt the monsters in the first level from the weakest to the strongest. This should give you an idea of how strong they are for when you start solo hunting. Young master, is this really Nises? The person hadn't finished his words when he felt a terrifying pressure weighing on him, and he immediately shut his mouth. Su Dandan will be the team leader, followed by Xia Xiaoli as the vice leader, Wang Wei continued. Remember, your task is to allow your team to measure these monsters' strength and know how to hunt alone. Understand, Su Dandan replied briefly, and Xia Xiaoli only nodded. I don't think I need to help you with properly dividing the spoils? Wang Wei asked. No need, Su Dandan replied. Good. You can leave. Wang Wei calmly watched them exit the premises, and once they were far gone, he uttered, You can come out. The void in the room parted due to a terrifying sword will, revealing an ordinary man in blue with extraordinary eyes. Xianxia, right? The man nodded, but Wang Wei frowned. The way you hide your original sword will is full of flaws. He pointed at him, and the tip of his hands released a blue light. Xianxia's body instinctively operated in a strange manner, and his disguise drastically improved. Even if his master was here, he might not be able to identify Xianxia's sword aura and will. Thank you, Xianxia said with a flash of surprise in his eyes. It seems you're as quiet as your teacher, Wang Wei commented. Anyway, your target is the Myriad Clan Union, the Pre-March Origin Temple, and the Limitless Exchange Hall. These three have the highest number of participants, and we can't allow that. Start by killing the weakest members and work your way up. As long as you reduce their number, you don't have to fight their elites unless you wish to. I understand. One more thing, Wang Wei added as he released a light into Xianxia's body. I have a few loose cultivators under my wind, and I have left a way for you to detect them. If you can encounter them, you can choose to work together. Very well. Wang Wei waved his hand to dismiss this boring guy. His next focus is on the anomalies he noticed during the entrance. No need to worry about them since they will be easier to deal with once I'm a paragon. In that case, let's focus on domestic trouble. His shadow morphed into Red Mask. Lord, what's your order? There should be a few spies amongst the loose cultivators. I'll transmit a list of suspicious individuals, and you can start from there. What is my objective? Killing? Apprehension? Or information gathering? Red Mask asked. Your primary objective is to gather information. From there, you can decide what to do next. It will be done, Red Mask declared before dissipating from the shadows. Wang Wei took his token and received the information inside, which was primarily about the prices and rules of the towers. The lowest service was 1,000 points, the best usually went for 100,000. The first spot has too many powers, so I must take it, Wang Wei thought. As soon as he knew the first spot could use the Tribulation and Life Tower simultaneously, he knew he had to have this spot since the immeasurable tribulation was crucial for his plan. Let's pick a name first, Wang Wei muttered before indicating to the token that his chosen name was the Yinyang Plum Daoist. Then, he no longer hesitated before flying to the first hunting area. Far in the distance, a man with red skin locked his gaze on Wang Wei's mountain. As soon as he flew out, the red-skinned man almost lost control of his killing intent. "Are you finally out, coward? Good, I can finally have my revenge." He flew after Wang Wei, but mid his fight, he started talking to himself. "What do you mean to wait? He's right here. Are you doubting my strength? Don't worry, I've been planning those for too long, and with your help, I cannot lose. We will skin this bastard alive and use his bones to make soup. You say you don't doubt me, but your words say otherwise. But he's so close. I only need a few minutes, and we will be free from our torment. I'm not being stubborn, it's just, alright, you're right, as always. It will indeed be more satisfying to crush him with absolute force after becoming a paragon. We might even see him beg for mercy. Don't worry, I'm not mad. Anyway, I've waited so long and can bear a few more years." The red-skinned man changed his destination and no longer followed Wang Wei. However, the determination to kill has not abated in the slightest. On the contrary, it has grown deeper, like a root with an abundance of nutrients. He's no longer following me? Wang Wei thought. Interesting. I didn't think he could control his killing intent. He did not pay attention to this man and continued his journey. He noticed one more eye on him, and it was Grand Dao's son. It appeared the latter was also starting his hunt. Oddly though, the man only briefly glanced at Wang Wei before continuing what he was doing. Things are getting even more interesting, Wang Wei thought. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1436. The top 3. Wang Wei entered the first level. He did not immediately rush to the higher hunting ground. He observed these bestowed monsters, most resembled the demon race, with a few humanoids. I thought the special rewards were deeply hidden inside these creatures, but it seemed I was wrong. He had observed countless of these creatures, but he saw no entrance token or life-increasing opportunities. Wang Wei locked to a monkey creature with flaming hands and slapped him into non-existence before checking his token. The weakest Empyrean only gives 0.1 points. Isn't this a little too ruthless? The minimum cost to use any tower is 100 points, which means each participant must defeat 10,000 Empyreans for the lowest access level. However, if they are not a seeded player, they may not even have the opportunity to use them. Wang Wei locked into a peak Empyrean monster that resembled a blue fox with 11 tails. He annihilated with a glance, and his token increased by 1 point. Truly pitiful, Wang Wei shook his head before directly heading to the second level. He observed briefly, trying to see if he could detect any creatures with hidden rewards. So, it's a different reward mechanism, probably not something related to luck, Wang Wei analyzed. Everyone here could be called a darling of heaven and earth with ample luck and destiny. The trial would lose a tremendous amount of resources if they used luck as their reward mechanism. Wang Wei locked onto a blue humanoid creature with enormous bat wings. He attacked it, killing it in 10 moves. 1,000 points. Are they trying to encourage participants to hunt above their realm? These geniuses can hunt Paragon monsters with a base 90% realm using Paragon artifacts and talismans. However, the success rate is not high unless they partner up. Additionally, overused and prolonged use of Paragon artifacts will corrode their Dao. People from powerful factions will have supreme chaos artifacts with lower risks, neutral Paragon artifacts with less corrosion, or specially tailored artifacts with similar effects. Regardless, using these artifacts will have side effects that can be detrimental to the Paragon Tribulation, not to mention how draining they are to the soul. Luckily, Wang Wei did not have these issues. He looked around, searching for his next target. His taboo battle realm strength was previously 94% with a temporary 95% in desperate mode, but after acquiring that technique, he has perfected his application of all his techniques after studying them on a micro level. He now could display 95% strength normally and reach 96% point in a desperate situation. Let's compare how many points each monster will give and the time it takes to defeat them, Wang Wei planned. It took him a few hours, but he had the data, which indicated that hunting creatures between the 2nd and 3rd heaven was better since it took too long to defeat 5th and 6th heaven creatures. Let the hunt begin, Wang Wei muttered before starting a massacre. He did not stop for 5 straight years before checking on his points and ranking. I'm only ranked 2nd? At the very top of the list were the bold characters. First, Tian, True Origin World, points. Tian? Chosen by heaven? The name is a little on the nose, but I wonder whether it's his real name or the title he chose, Wang Wei thought. That didn't really matter, so he didn't pay too much attention to the name. He's only a few thousand points ahead, so if I speed up, should surpass him. However, as long as I leave this area, he'll soon overtake me. I can't have that. Wang Wei waved his hand to summon a dozen bodies from his meat puppet pools. He injected them with his spirit particles before granting each of them Paragon artifacts. Go and hunt, he ordered. With a disposal team under his command, the speed at which Wang Wei racked up points drastically increased. Xianxia immediately noticed this change and increased his pace, too. Unfortunately, whatever method he used was not as effective as Wang Wei's meat puppets. After 15 years of hunting, Wang Wei felt he had enough of a lead to head to the towers. Wang Wei paid the 100,000 points to use the first room, followed by his authority to kick whoever was in there. He also spent an additional 1 million points to guarantee his rights for the next 100 years. In other words, even if Tianxian surpassed him in the list, he cannot disturb Wang Wei's usage of the first room for the next 100 years. The room's interior was a void with a floating cushion. He observed everything, and a look of realization dawned on him. The energy absorbed from the participants' existence was not used for nefarious purposes, at least not all of them. Its primary purpose was to power the towers and possibly the entire trial. That's one mystery solved, Wang Wei thought, and with a thought, the void turned into a luscious prairie with the cushion lying under a tree. He summoned his Bodhi tree and immortal peach tree to bless his comprehension, placing them around the cushion before sitting down. This is so easy, even too easy, Wang Wei instantly thought. The complex process of understanding the Tao was reduced to a process as complex as multiplication and division. His cultivation reached 87% in just 5 years, and he immediately retrieved a pill. It almost feels like a waste to use it now, Wang Wei thought as he swallowed it. His spirit elevated to a higher level, and in mere seconds, his cultivation reached 999%. Next is the bottleneck. He could easily break the bottleneck by removing the seals in his sea of consciousness that contained his previous epiphanies or knowledge nourishment, but it would be a terrible waste to use them now. The energy released from the cushion transformed as it nourished Wang Wei's body and soul, making the comprehension of the Grand Tao source easier than addition and subtraction. Time flowed like a river, and on Wang Wei's 97th year staying in the Tao Tower, he heard a breaking sound, followed by a drastic increase in aura. His understanding had reached 90%. He opened his eyes and immediately controlled the joy he felt. He was not a paragon yet, this was just a great turn in that direction. It's almost time to leave, so let's check how many points I have left, Wang Wei thought, and he immediately wanted to curse. These vampires, he uttered with gritted teeth. These towers did not only require an entrance fee, every minute spent inside burned points like crazy. Wang Wei only stayed for 97 years, and 3/4 of the points he had were gone. This is just daylight robbery, he complained. Now that he understood this place's cost, he wouldn't waste a second. 3 years wasn't enough to make any meaningful improvement, so Wang Wei chose to study the unique power of this trial. He observed how it influenced his existence, hoping he could recreate it. No, he would be satisfied with a copy with 1/4 of the effect. Time flies when you focus intensely on a task. As soon as the 100th mark arrived, he received notifications he was no longer the number 1 and had to vacate the first room. Wang Wei chose to leave the tower, meaning he did not bump into Tianxian. The first thing he did outside was send more meat puppets to hunt since the previous batch had already collapsed. He hadn't received any reports from Red Mask or Xianxia, so he flew directly into the Essence Tower and took the first room. Damn it, damn it, damn it to hell, I've been hunting for over 100 years, and am still ranked third, Chengming cursed as he waved his hand to annihilate the mountain range before him. However, such destruction could not quell his wrath, so he attacked more ferociously. Unfortunately for him, the trial greatly limited the destructive capabilities of even peak Boundless Paragons, let alone him. Don't these bastards know who I am? He yelled as he continued his path of destruction. Chengming was already on edge when he realized he might fail his mission to get information about the Eternal Ascension world due to a stupid lock on these people's bodies and souls, but now, he was humiliated by ranking third. How can he explain this failure to the Palace Master? How much jeering will he receive from his clan members and competitors? He could not accept this. No, he refused to accept. As he floated in the void with his face red out of anger, Chengming suddenly opened his palm to receive a talisman. The Plum Daoist entered the Essence Tower? Damn it, I told these idiots to keep an eye out when he enters the hunting area. Why are they sending me such useless news? He crushed the talisman, deepening the red veins on his neck in the process. I can't allow this humiliation, Chengming said through gritted teeth. He flew directly to the battle tower. The only way to wash away this shame is to claim the top spot in the tower and challenge those two. If possible, it would be best for them to agree to a life and death battle so he can kill them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1437 Opening the Gate of Flesh, and, I forgot to add the rules that body refiners will not count in the trial, meaning pure body refiners cannot take the 5th heaven positions and below or the rewards. Additionally, I made a mistake about Wang Wei's strength in the previous chapter, so I fixed it. You can check it out. Wang Wei checked who was the first person in the Essence Tower, fearing it would be Monk. However, it was someone else. Is it he still hunting? Probably trying to amass enough points to stay in the tower for a long period. Monk didn't have to worry about using other towers, so it made sense that he planned to stay in this tower for as long as possible, pushing his cultivation to the peak. Since the person in the first room was not an acquaintance, Wang Wei kicked them out and paid the protection fee for the first room. Although Xian should not need this room, he must be careful since the latter might do it out of spite. Additionally, he still had to watch out for the third spot candidate. This room was customizable, like the Dao Tower, so he chose a regular room. As Wang Wei sat down, he immediately started his work. The process of opening the Gate of Flesh had 3 steps, 2 tribulations and the opening process. He did not immediately start the first tribulation but cultivated it. Wang Wei's goal was to perfect his will-body fusion. With his immense new observation, he could not perfect the fusion on a fundamental level, achieving true perfection in that area. There are other flaws in my body, Wang Wei thought. During the process, he noticed a few minor, almost undetectable flaws in his body and soul. Over the years, Wang Wei has pushed his mind and spirit to the limit as a means to temper his willpower. He thought he had healed all these injuries, but today's inspection revealed a few flaws that never truly healed. Let's see if there are other flaws, Wang Wei thought as he continued his training. He realized the pure essence released from the tower was an excellent resource for training or modifying his existence. Wang Wei fixed all the flaws in his body but not his entire existence. He did not want to be put on Grand Dao's watch list and cause more trouble for himself. Once he becomes half-step transcendent, he'll have plenty of opportunity to explore the concept of perfection, so there is no point in causing himself unnecessary trouble. After a few dozen years of training, Wang Wei finally achieved a true flawless body, so he summoned the first tribulation. Wang Wei found himself in a dark space with an exact clone standing opposite him. The clone observed intently before showing a look of puzzlement. Wang Wei was not surprised by this. The first tribulation to open the Gate of Flesh is called the Flaw Detection Tribulation. The avatar before him is supposed to find the minute flaws in his will-body fusion and attach them, forcing the tribulation taker to correct them. As someone who achieved limit indestructibility, Wang Wei is allowed to build a flawless body, meaning his body will not have a single flaw that can be exploited as an inextinguishable paragon. However, his existence blueprint has allowed him to go beyond normal, flawless body, hence why the Avatar was perplexed as it could not find a single flaw in Wang Wei's body. After staring for a few minutes, the Tribulation clone nodded to him before dissipating. The next step started without pause. A golden magic circle appeared above Wang Wei, slowly descending from his head to his toe. The circle acted as a detector, trying to find flaws in his body and attack it. If Wang Wei did not achieve limit indestructibility, and he only opened the gate of power with the bare minimum of 1267 tribulations, his body would have a minimum of 12 flaws. In this test, he would have to defend them to show his worthiness. Wang Wei passed this tribulation with flying colors, so he proceeded to the final step. Opening the gate of flesh was not a simple matter. Wang Wei first swallowed a mouthful of concentrated essence due as an aid. Then, he condensed the essence of his body refining achievements into a point before attacking the gate. The combination of this essence, the dew, and the power from the essence tower was wonderful. Cracks soon spread throughout the door, a sign of impending success. However, things were not simple. Wang Wei spent years attacking that door, but it could not fully open, so he added his willpower manifestation to the mix. A massive chunk of the door was instantly destroyed, and Wang Wei saw hope. But that did not last long as he noticed his spirit had drastically weakened, meaning he could not stay in a state of deep concentration for too long. This door is not supposed to be this challenging to open, Wang Wei thought, as he realized there were some consequences to achieving true flawless body. However, he would not regret his mission. He was not supposed to open the door before the Paragon Tribulation in the first place, but he had to for his plans. So, the more powerful his body refining tribulation is, the higher his chance of success will be. As he removed more and more chunks of the door, Wang Wei started sweating, but he remained steadfast, ignoring how tired and sleepy he felt. He was so close to the finish line that he focused all his attention on finishing the task. Bang! The gate's last obstacle crumbled, and a terrifying power rushed deep from Wang Wei's body. He felt as if he had broken certain limits, and the very essence of his life was dramatically elevated. At a existence level, the characteristic of will immortality was perfected, followed by the designs for his physical strength becoming more complex. Once these two processes ended, the characteristics of the power of nothingness changed, embedding themselves deeper in this existence. This was good news for Wang Wei since it meant his body could not bear more of this power, but that is something for later. At an atomic and cellular level, his body transformed into a higher form. Every part of his body, including cells, tissues, blood drops, organs, bones, and muscles, became an unfathomable source of power. Even his hair follicle ascended to a higher level of existence. What is this? Wang Wei thought as he noticed a resonance between the gate of ascension, gate of power, and gate of flesh. It was so subtle that Wang Wei only noticed it because he observed it because he directly saw his existence. The fourth gate does not appear randomly but through the resonance of the previous three gates. That's why Grand Dao removed it, to cut off body refiner's transcendent path, Wang Wei realized. The three gates represent the ultimate potential of the flesh, and only by combining them can the fourth one be created, allowing the flesh to transcend all rules, power, and limitations. That's good news, Wang Wei smiled. With this information, he now had a clearer path forward. The transformation took some time, but with the aid of the Essence Tower, the process was drastically accelerated. After only 200 years, everything ended. Wang Wei stood up from his sitting position and clenched his fist. He punched forward, generating countless shockwaves. Elder Fiend God Realm First Heaven, which also equals 91%. It was a little low for Wang Wei's liking. If he had more time, he might have polished his foundation to reach the third heaven. Luckily, he had a flawless body, meaning cultivating in the Elder Fiend God realm would not require him to eliminate his flaws. He only needs to increase his willpower and strength. I'm not an inextinguishable paragon, meaning I'm slowly approaching the limit of cultivation of the old era, Wang Wei thought with a wide grin. His breakthrough had many significance, including getting one step closer to closing the gap between his wife. Additionally, becoming a paragon is also a significant step in his cultivation journey. It's been a long way to get here, but we also have a long way ahead of us, Wang Wei gave himself a pep talk. He then restrained his aura before leaving the tower. His first act was to check the current situation outside. He was now third on the list. Chengming? That arrogant guy? So, he's probably from the Desire Heart Palace. It made sense that the Ji clan or the palace would be interested in the situation of Eternal Ascension World. However, why did they send such a useless candidate? Chengming was a person who was easy to read. Maybe this is a person he's putting on, or the Ji clan are too sure of themselves. Wang Wei shook his head as he paid that bastard no mind. He looked at the Tribulation Tower and checked the record of who was using it. As expected, he muttered. If nothing unexpected happens, Xian will be this trial's first paragon. Wang Wei was not in a hurry since he still had plenty of chances, so he flew to his residence. Lord, Red Mask stated as she slowly floated from a shadow in the room's corner. What did you find? It's as you expected. Many were secretly spies, Red Mask responded before handing him a list of the spies and the world they've contacted. No one contacted Xianxia's world, but a few contacted the Ji clan. Wang Wei noticed the most important aspect. It says here that there is a group you failed to gather information from. That's right. Were you careless? Not at all, and I was using your full power to ensure success, Red Mask reported truthfully, but I was still discovered. It seems many underlying secrets and machinations are going on in this trial, Wang Wei commented. And our world may not be their primary target. It appears so, Red Mask nodded. Sir, what do you want me to do? Do I try again? No, Wang Wei looked in the distance, surprise flashing in his eyes. How unexpected. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1438 Boundless Paragon, unedited chapter. A terrifying sound emanated from the Tribulation Tower, followed by a vision of golden auspicious clouds and heavenly music. Anyone who saw these visions would know they were celebrations for the birth of a new paragon, albeit the most rudimentary vision due to the trial's location. All the participants had their eyes on this tower as the vision symbolized the birth of the first paragon, the first boundless entity. However, the Eternal Ascension World's participants were shocked because many recognized the person's aura, Emperor Kong. I didn't expect he would be the first, Wang Wei thought. He, along with many, thought Tian would have this honor, but it seems fate had other plans. Wang Wei and everyone else waited, and after a few hours, Emperor Kong, Paragon Kong, appeared outside the tower. Wang Wei immediately squinted after seeing Kong. He's severely injured. He must have pushed his tribulation to the limit to ensure he was the first. Did he want the destiny for the first position? It's hard to say whether the risk is worth it. Wang Wei's detection was proven to be correct when Kong called Lin Fan to touch their token, presumably to exchange points. Then, he rushed into the Life Tower with the utmost haste. An anomaly has just occurred in this trial, Wang Wei thought. Does this mean something? Is it useless? Or the signs that many more unexpected things are expected of this trial? Interesting. Let's see what happens next. Wang Wei returned his focus to Red Mask. Where were we? Oh, yes, you don't need to pay more attention to these people. They will eventually reveal themselves, and then, we will decide whether to intervene in their plans or be a bystander. As you wish, Red Mask nodded. Your next task is to help me hunt, Wang Wei continued. I don't want to be disturbed during my tribulation, and I must use 2 towers simultaneously. I'm ready, sir, but there is another minor matter you might want to address? Did Xianxia come by? Wang Wei asked. No, the last I heard, he was still fulfilling his task. Oh. He's not in a hurry to compete? He seems to have taken your comment to mind and wishes to truly temper his sword between life and death. Not bad, Wang Wei commented. So, what minor problem were you talking about? The second rank, Chengming, publicly challenged you and Tian. He said some nasty stuff about you two to lure you into fighting him. Is that so? Wang Wei muttered, not surprised Chengming would do such a thing. However, it's still hard to determine whether this is his genuine personality or a persona. If nothing unexpected occurs, Xianxia will be the second Paragon and Xianxia will be the third. Their ego and pride should be at their peak after the breakthrough, and they will need a way to test their current strength. I just need to stay out of it, and they'll fight each other. Your task will be to record their battles since I may not be responsive, Wang Wei ordered. Wait, don't just record them, use this. He raised his hand to condense a golden eye. With this thing, Wang Wei hoped he could peek at these two's existence, since it was easier to do during battles due to energy leaks or mistakes in concealing their information. No problem, Red Mask responded, and the two flew to the second hunting area to start one of the largest massacres of the bestowal monsters. Wang Wei did hold back as he also used his meat puppets. If not for the rules that he could not use his creation lives to hunt, he would have released another massacre in the first level area. In 130 years, Wang Wei not only returned to the first spot, but his accumulated points were 5 times that of Tian. Swish! Red Mask appeared out of nowhere to cut a little assassin into million pieces, and Wang Wei calmly observed. No matter how much I look, I still find it fascinating. In his eyes, this man had died, including the collapse of all his avatars, and the existence of his vault. This trial was not a joke since the suppression of these participants' eternal characteristics meant they truly died. This should be the power of transcendence, being able to influence existence directly, Wang Wei analyzed. He was so glad he asked Grand Dao for that specific reward since this technique benefited him too much. Sir, there is an entrance token, Red Mask stated. Finally. He's been hunting for so long but only received an additional 5,000 years of lifespan. If I get first place, I'll have 6 tokens, not bad. These tokens will be extremely valuable whether he traded with the sect or others. Wang Wei suddenly sensed something and looked in the distance. Finally, he uttered. He's been waiting so long, and Tian finally finished his transition. Now, he can use the first room. Under normal circumstances, Wang Wei wouldn't mind lowering his requirements a little and using the second room, but Chengming had taken that room, and Wang Wei wanted a potent tribulation for his plan to work, so he could not accept using the third room. Let's go, Wang Wei said before returning to the safety zone. Tian's aura immediately locked on him. Such obvious hostility. Did he become confident after his breakthrough? Wang Wei thought while ignoring this poor provocation. Despite Tian's great background, he doubted the latter would dare break the rules and attack in this safety zone. So, Wang Wei went about his business by entering the Tribulation and using his authority and points to get the first room. The Tribulation Tower had no customization ability since everything would be destroyed in the Tribulation, so there was only a cushion floating in the void. As he sat down and had the intention to start his Tribulation, a potent will descended in this room, checking his body. It first checked his comprehension, ensuring it had reached 90%, followed by checking whether his soul and luck had reached the requirements. Then, Wang Wei's mind was taken to a room with golden pierces of lights. Infinite permanence, Wang Wei thought. These lights represented a new branch of the eternal path/eternal characteristic, which started by comprehending, eternal, followed by, true self, and now, infinite permanence. Infinite means without bounds, endless, or without limits. The mind must become infinite or capable of holding all things to evolve the true self to a higher level. Permanence means remaining unchanged indefinitely. With the power of these two, infinite will remain constant and unchanging for all eternity in my existence. With an infinite mind, I will have an infinite soul and an infinite body, I will be boundless. Wang Wei understood, infinite permanence, with record time due to his previous background and the help of the trial's energy. However, he was not happy. His intuition warned him that if he used that understanding to break through, the chances of becoming a boundless paragon would drastically decrease, and even if he succeeded, he wouldn't have much potential left. I'm missing something, Wang Wei thought as he continued his comprehension. Time was clicking, but he was not in a hurry. He took time to find what he was missing. If it were that simple, people who cultivate infinity Dao would easily become boundless, Wang Wei analyzed. So, there is more to the infinite aspect. Just like when he first absorbed the heaven will, Grand Dao had to display the concept of infinite permanence before him to comprehend, so Wang Wei placed all his focus. The only constant and eternal thing between heaven and earth is change, Wang Wei comprehended. What I need is not merely the concept of infinity, but infinite change, infinite opportunities, infinite growth, and infinite potential. Once these things are engraved into my existence, bound to forever remain a part of me through permanence, then I can truly become boundless. Wang Wei felt something clicked in his mind, and followed by some kind of transformation. His eye technique allowed him to see new building blocks being added to his existence. However, there seems to be a lack of energy or power to complete the transformation. It's not that there is no energy, but something is blocking it, Wang Wei realized after close observation of his existence. And he did not have to think long to know who was responsible, Grand Dao. Of course, the latter was not suddenly attacking him. All participants must experience this process. Before they pass the other tests and prove to be worthy, they cannot transition into a higher life. Wang Wei took a deep breath to steady himself. He did not hesitate to activate the tower's ability to reduce the effect of the next tribulation. He only wanted the immeasurable tribulation to be as destructive as possible and was fine with any aid for the others. His spirit appeared in this darkly lit corridor, with a walking passage and no end in sight. This place reminded me of the Road of Heart, from the void-shattering realm, he commented. He took a second deep breath before he started walking. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1439 Boundless Paragon 2, Time-Washing Tribulation. Wang Wei did not hesitate to walk on this endless path. The first thing he noticed was his vision was useless, and he was not only referring to his existence sight. All his normal and extraordinary senses were useless as he only saw an endless darkness and a bit of light that was barely enough to show the path. Is time useless here? Wang Wei talked to himself. No, useless, but stretched out and distorted. A single second in this place might feel like billions of yuan epochs. Wang Wei walked forward, talking to himself to distract his mind. Although he did not mind the solitude, this approach was an excellent way to ensure his mind remained sharp for the duration of this time-washing tribulation. However, Wang Wei soon noticed an anomaly. My memory is eroding, Wang Wei muttered. His memories were not disappearing but fading, in other words, their effects on his personality and being were slowly being stripped away. If I let it happen, my personality will forever change into heaven knows what. Now he knew the problem, Wang Wei set out to solve them. Instead of talking to himself, he started reviewing his memories from his time on Earth to his reincarnation. He did not miss a single memory, even indulging himself in the happier and more exciting ones. This method proved effective as Wang Wei quelled the fading, but that was only for a moment. The interesting thing about time is it can change anything. After indulging in his memories over and over, Wang Wei soon felt the process was meaningless. It did not matter how many times he relived his sexy time with his wife after doing it more than 1,000,000 times, the process inevitably became boring and a chore. It's fine if it's a chore. I can just consider it like a job back on Earth, Wang Wei muttered. He repeated this tedious task over and over without an end. It did not matter whether billions, trillions, or quintillions of yuan epochs had passed, he reviewed his memories and preserved his personality, ambitions, love, and everything else he held dear. Before this test, Wang Wei could have proudly said his mind was harder than steel, and he had long conquered the negative emotions known as loneliness. He could even push himself and said he did so with the pagoda trial. However, this tribulation showed an even more horrifying level, loneliness with boringness. It was difficult to describe the pain of repeating the same task without stopping for infinity. At many points, he felt he was just a robot whose sole purpose was to repeat these tasks. He almost believed his free will and agency were non-existent, and his sole purpose in this world was to do this task. Such a thought induced tremendous fear in a man who pursued absolute freedom. The good news is he survived and held on to his humanity. He preserved his memories, personality, and all his dreams and ambitions. Additionally, there was an additional benefit: he had learned a new form of torture. In the future, when he meets powerful inextinguishable paragons who do an excellent job protecting their timeline, he'll torture them with his own version of this tribulation to break their willpower. Wang Wei continued walking forward. He had long lost hope of seeing the light at the end of this path. He could not distract himself from his task, and he had to prevent the task from consuming him. With all these things on his plate, he abandoned looking ahead to see if he was close to the exit. Luckily, he did, since this tribulation had just started. When time failed to erode his memories, it did not give up. Instead, it targeted something else: his emotions. One of Wang Wei's core personality is his love for his sect and all its people. He considered them his people and thus had some level of affection for everyone, including the lowest of maids. The tribulation started with these people. When reviewing his memories, Wang Wei had subtly become indifferent to these people, and he did not even notice it. In his mind, these people become nothing but aids, and their importance to him or the world in general was so small that it made them insignificant. He convinced himself it was more than enough that he remembered their faces and names. Once he became indifferent to these minor individuals, time became bolder and more potent, targeting the people he already hated or indifferent to, like his grandfather, Ying. Then, without knowing it, Wang Wei no longer cared about his enemies that did not have a great impact on his life or that he respected. The next target was people he loved but mostly respected because they were his elders. There has always been a seniority and power dynamic between him and these people, forming a barrier that prevented Wang Wei from forming deep bonds with them. These people included Origin 1, Sword 1, and his former Dao protector Yan Chen. Wang Wei's view on these people slowly changed to appreciation and care for their years of dedication to the sect and the protection they provided to his growth to being indifferent to their presence. In his mind, they were people of different worlds. He would never meet these people again in his life, and even if they did, the difference between them would be so vast that it was impossible to have any meaningful relationship, so it was pointless to be attached to their existence. Wang Wei was in a weird situation. His eyes indicated he was reminiscing deeply about his past and everything he's experienced. Simultaneously, his eyes showed no affection for these memories. On the contrary, his eyes become colder with each passing moment. The next thing he lost was not his enemies/competitors, with whom he had a slight friendship developed out of respect. No, the next target were people whom he respected tremendously as elders and had a deep bond with. To be precise, he lost his feelings for ancestor Wucheng. Wang Wei was walking aimlessly like a zombie, reviewing the time when Wucheng sacrificed his life to protect him. However, he felt nothing, except maybe Wucheng was doing his job as a Dao protector. His sacrifice guaranteed the sect an era of prosperity, unlike anything the lower dimension had ever seen. Wang Wei was about to move on when he paused. "Something is wrong," he said in a hoarse voice. He sounded as if he had spent too long not talking and no longer knew how. He reviewed the memory again, but he could tell what was wrong. He was far too gone and could not tell. However, Wang Wei did not give up and chose to listen to his intuition. Since Wucheng was the source of this anomaly, he chose to review all the memories associated with him. And out of pure logic, he realized what was wrong. "He is supposed to be my favorite ancestor, but I don't feel anything for him," Wang Wei muttered. "Now that I think about it, I also don't feel much about the other ancestors. These people have been instrumental to my success, but how I feel about them seems ungrateful beyond words could describe." That's when it dawned on him. He was losing his emotions. Wang Wei did not hesitate to sit down and enter a deep meditative state, reviewing his memories for the umpteenth time, focusing on the emotions associated. He was immediately scared of how cold and indifferent he had become. The worst part was the loud voice in the back of his mind telling him it was all right if he remained like that. If I can lose my feelings for ancestor Wucheng, I can lose the ones for my mother, father, and even Wu Hong, Wang Wei thought to quiet the damn voice. Plus, how dare a mere tribulation dictate how I feel? How dare it try to mold me into something I'm not? Wang Wei's rebellious nature derived from his obsession to be free was instantly aroused, quieting all doubts or suggestive murmurs in his mind. He focuses intently, slowly regaining all his lost emotions and even intensifying some. Although Wang Wei did not cultivate 6 emotions 7 desire Dao, he had the soul Dao, which also involved emotion manipulation. When Wang Wei opened his eyes, he immediately discovered the surroundings were brighter than before. Additionally, he saw an illusory door in the distance, presumably the exit. He calmly walked toward it while remaining on guard. He had read countless records about the time-washing tribulation, and he knew much. Most people will face a similar tribulation to what he did, with minor variations. However, things will become different once the exit shows up. This part of the test has more room for variations, and it's when the unexpected could occur. I hope nothing too bad, Wang Wei thought. He had reached the point in his life where he must expect the unexpected. He expects things to go wrong. So, he can only hope whatever is coming is not too bad. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1440 Boundless Paragon 3, Unexpected Visitor. Wang Wei continued his walk. His mind was temporarily free from the mechanical task of preserving his emotions, so he looked around, thinking about this test. An idea suddenly flashed in his mind, but it was too quick, and he did not immediately catch up. Wang Wei was about to focus on realizing whatever inspiration was coming, but something unexpected occurred that required his attention. "It's you." "Long time no see," said a young man with the same visage as Wang Wei, except with a natural smirk and evil aura surrounding him. "Aren't I too old to be having heart devil?" Wang Wei asked calmly. "I feel the same, but here I am," the heart devil sighed. Wang Wei looked at him before ignoring him. He continued walking, trying to catch the idea that eluded him. "Don't be like this," the heart devil said. "Since I'm here, I must do my job." "No one is stopping you," Wang Wei replied calmly. The heart devil walked side by side with him. "There is no point in attacking your character since you seem content with who you are, both the good and all the bad." Wang Wei said nothing. "Maybe start with your relationship," it continued. "You consider many of your peers a friend, but you have no hesitation manipulating them or hurting their factions. I guess you probably wouldn't hesitate to kill them if they get in your way. That's how friendships in the cultivation world are," Wang Wei said calmly. "Factions are placed above everything, including interpersonal relationships." "That's true," the heart devil nodded. "Let's take your ancestor, for example. Although she has a great relationship with Wu Hong, she would not hesitate to cut her down if it meant protecting the Dao opening sect." Wang Wei did not take the obvious bait of trying to get him riled up. He simply nodded. "But shouldn't you know better?" The heart devil continued after not eliciting any reaction. "You're not the same as these people. You have knowledge about another civilization with different values. So, shouldn't you be better than them?" "What can I say? I have been assimilated," Wang Wei shrugged. "So, that's it? You just used this weak reasoning to justify who you've become? Who you are? Isn't it normal for me to become like this?" Wang Wei responded. "If I grew up as a loose cultivator and had to struggle for everything in my life, I may have preserved more of my morality and values from Earth. I might even have tried to change the cultivation world. However, I was born with a golden spoon. The world and system were designed to give me all the best advantages. So, isn't it normal that one of the aspects of my assimilation is that I acquired the values and mortality of the cultivation world?" "No, no, no, you are speaking as if you have no free will," the heart devil countered. "As a man who pursues being free and unfettered, shouldn't you resist this kind of assimilation? Shouldn't you be angry that such an aspect of your life has been slowly eroded over time? That's where you made the mistake, you assumed this was not a choice," Wang Wei stated. I knew long ago assimilation was inevitable and actively chose which part to allow. I know that trying to change the system and preserving more of myself from Earth would make my goal of freedom 100 times more challenging, so I chose to integrate into the system and used it to my benefit. So, you chose the easy way out. I chose the most efficient method, the one with the highest chance of success. But at what price? The heart devil countered. Even if you finally achieve your goal, the you then will not be the same you from Earth. Tell me, do you think I can achieve my goal without sacrificing anything? Wang Wei asked. It's possible. Be realistic. I stand by this statement, it's possible, albeit very challenging. Alright, let me rephrase my points in another way, Wang Wei stated. Do you think I could perfectly preserve the person I was on Earth? The cultivation world's primary theme is power acquired through violence. It's a path destined to be full of death, meaning the moment I killed my first person, the innocent young man from Earth was gone. Wang Wei has never forgotten his first kill. Although these prisoners were insignificant in the grand scheme of things, he still remembered their eyes vividly when the last light of life disappeared. That's different, the heart devil rebutted. You were just adapting to this world. I can use the same argument, Wang Wei countered. My decision was not to abandon my former self but mold it to adapt to this world. The core of who I am is still there, just now in a new package that allows me to thrive in this world. The heart devil sighed, I can't argue with your golden tongue. However, his eyes shone with a cunningness that indicated he hadn't truly conceded yet. Since you value your sect or the system so much, what would you do if they turn on, let's say, your best friend, Li Jun? Would you support the sect or him? That answer is obvious, I would choose Li Jun, it's not to me, the heart devil responded. I thought you value the benefit of the system above everything, including your morality. That's not what I said. I said I chose it because it benefits me the most. But your choice contradicts that. At the end of the day, the sect is an institution, and if its safety and even prosperity is threatened, they will sacrifice anyone. Meanwhile, I know Li Jun, and he would not do anything to endanger the sect's safety or prosperity. I'm aware enough to understand I'm not yet above the institution, and since they can sacrifice Li Jun for their preservation, they can do the same to me. Meanwhile, I know Li Jun would give everything to me, including his life, love, and loyalty to the sect. The choice is obvious. The heart devil was briefly silent before chuckling. You were right, you have preserved the essence of your former self. Did you really need all this talking to understand that? What can I say? You are not as weak as the last time we met, so the information I can gather on you is no longer perfect, the heart devil shrugged. Plus, this is a tribulation, and I need to check. That would explain why I feel you're not as much of a threat as before. Your mind and Tao heart are not as they used to be, so cut me some slack, the heart devil added. But don't count me out yet. How are things going with Wu Hong? Good. Are you two together yet? We are still figuring out our situationship, but everything should be fine, Wang Wei answered nonchalantly. Not biting, huh, the heart devil uttered as he looked at him. Alright, let's try something else. You're about to become a paragon. Do you know what that means? What? You can travel to the prehistoric world, you can return to Earth. And? Wang Wei asked calmly. Do you think your parents are alive? Do you even care? Unless the time difference between the two worlds is extremely vast, their chances of being alive are slim, Wang Wei replied, still calm. So, you no longer care? Wang Wei looked at him, you said it yourself, I'm a paragon. So, I can just travel to their time period and meet them. They are mortals, so the consequences of saving them should have minimal backlash, especially if I do it correctly. What about Hong Jun? Do you think he'll let you do as you wish? How he responds to my actions will decide our relationship and how I will treat him. And in the worst case scenario, they'll just have to wait until I'm more powerful than him before saving my parents. You have an answer for everything, don't you? I've figured out since childhood that a powerful cultivation was the key to returning Earth and ever seeing them alive. Your words almost made me believe you care, the heart devil sneered. What makes you think I don't? You have always been too logical about your Earth parents' affair, the Heart Devil explained. You spent most of your life not thinking about them because you convinced yourself with pure logic that you could see them one day once you were powerful enough. Were there never moments of doubt? Moments of hesitation, moments of fear for their unknown fate, moments of longing for the past? There were. Well, you could have fooled me or anyone who knows you. Wang Wei sighed. What do you think a child with an adult mind spends his time thinking after being reincarnated into a new world? The Heart Devil did not answer. At first, there was the excitement of this new and magical world. But then, none of that mattered when the loneliness of knowing you have left many people you love and care about behind. Can you understand the fear of realizing your life will never be the same again? Wang Wei shook his head. Reincarnation is a complex thing with many challenges. Wang Wei's early days were not only full of jovial stories about his loving parents and loyal friends. He had his demons to overcome, and since he feared the consequences of revealing his reincarnation, he had to deal with it alone. I had to develop a coping mechanism, or with the laws of that world, I would have developed a Heart Devil as a child, he explained. I had to preserve their memories for my deepest intimate and personal moments. I had to think about them logically, otherwise, would have been driven insane. Of course, it also helped that I eventually unconsciously repressed many of their memories. Wang Wei remembered the first time he lost the burden of his reincarnation. His family never publicly acknowledged his reincarnation except for one time when his grandmother, Yun Yaojun, had a conversation with him at the behest of his mother. That conversation not only lifted his burden but was the key for him to fully integrate into the sect and accept his new parents as his parents. I want to believe you, but something tells me you're beautifying things. What makes you say that? Well, you didn't have the best relationship with them before your reincarnation, the Heart Devil continued. Now, I know you have had plenty of time to think about your relationship and understand your emotions. What are you getting at? Wang Wei asked with a raised eyebrow. I think you've abandoned these people. You no longer see them as your parents. When you see them again, you will all feel indifference. Maybe you'll repay their karma for raising you, but nothing more and nothing less. Maybe you're right. Oh. You may also be wrong, Wang Wei added. I don't know how I will respond when I see them again. That chapter of my life has yet to be written, and you are the last person who knows how it will go. I got it. What? The thought that eluded me, I finally caught it, Wang Wei said. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1441 Boundless Paragon 4, Immeasurable Tribulation. The human mind is interesting, isn't it? A mortal's mind can imagine anything. It can create gods and demons, create worlds, envision creation, death, and any concepts that govern reality. The difference between a mortal's mind and a cultivator is the former cannot manifest his mind into the real world, but the latter can. What are you getting at? The Heart Devil asked unwillingly. The key to becoming a paragon is an infinite mind with endless possibilities, but that is not enough, Wang Wei continued. This test is not just to prevent paragons from becoming bored and indifferent due to their infinite lifespan. No, this test is a means to teach them how to regulate their infinite minds by controlling their emotions. A paragon needs a sufficient mind state to control their boundless power, and this test's purpose is to achieve that mindset, Wang Wei said while looking at the Heart Devil. As for you? Your purpose is to distract me under the guise of tempering my Tao heart. But the truth of the matter is the longer I spend talking to you, the less likely I will realize this truth, and the harder it will be for me to escape. The Heart Devil was quiet for a few seconds before smiling. It was nice seeing you again. His body immediately started to dissipate. You too, Wang Wei nodded. Just so you know, it was not a guise. My existence is to temper you and misdirect your attention. That's good to hear, I guess, Wang Wei said as the last specks of the devil disappeared. An exit instantly manifested not far from within, and he entered it without hesitation. Wang Wei's mind became clearer than he had ever felt. Many of the previous emotions he was struggling with, like his loneliness, were now easier to manage. they were not gone but more bearable. My Tao heart and mind are not in perfect harmony, Wang Wei thought. Once I pass the tribulation, I can finally experience the transition of my existence to a higher level. Wang Wei raised his head to see a purple cloud flashing with lightning and the booming sound of thunder. Wang Wei squinted as he swallowed a handful of existence healing pills. Now is the time for the plan. The cloud had its own consciousness, so after realizing Wang Wei was an inextinguishable paragon, the clouds turned a shade darker. Boom! A bolt of lightning descended from the sky, and Wang Wei raised his right palm to block it. His entire right hand disappeared, but he remained calm. As expected, the attack potency has increased while still neglecting my will immortality. In other words, he will die like everyone else in the tribulation, and his willpower cannot provide him with immortality. However, this is far from enough, Wang Wei thought. He inhaled deeply before screaming, "Grand Tao, is this the best you can do? How pathetic." The first rule of the immeasurable tribulation is never to antagonize the tribulation. Grand Tao will accept any provocation that the cultivator's state of mind has not met the standards to be a paragon and must be eradicated. Everyone knows that, and this thought has been deeply instilled in all the geniuses from top lineages. Yet, Wang Wei broke this rule. Could he be stupid, or has he gone mad? Come on, haven't you always wanted to kill me? Well, I'm giving you the perfect excuse, Wang Wei continued, and with his words, the clouds swiftly turned dark red. Boom! A second bolt of lightning descended from the second, bringing the wrath of heaven. Divine punishment lightning is something that is common in the lower dimension, but heavenly Tao does not care much to use it in the upper dimension. However, it does not mean it does not exist. Wang Wei's tribulation is more than enough proof. His body and soul could not resist that single bolt as they were instantly annihilated. However, his disappearance did not leave his location devoid of any matter or signs of his existence. On the contrary, a scroll with countless dots, lines, and graffiti floated where Wang Wei previously stood. The first step is completed, Wang Wei thought. Although his body and soul were annihilated, his consciousness remained intact and functioning, an act that could be considered a minor miracle. Boom! 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 The heavens became enraged that the little worm was still alive, and it unleashed devastating blows after another, trying to eradicate him. However, Wang Wei was prepared. When the first bolt hit, he used the technique he had already prepared to direct all its destructive power to the section of his existence that dictated his status as a fate seed. Wang Wei knew his power was not enough to free himself, and the longer he waited, the harder the process would become. So, he took the risk to use Grand Tao's power to remove whatever shackles were placed on him. Lightnings after lightnings descended on Wang Wei, turning this room of the tower into quite a dreary atmosphere. Grand Tao hasn't decreased the strength of the tribulation nor stopped it, meaning my bet is correct, it has to follow the rules. If Grand Tao was not a program with rules it must follow, it would have stopped Wang Wei from using its own power to free himself from restrictions that Grand Tao itself placed on him. However, this tribulation is far from enough, Wang Wei thought. His consciousness used a technique that condensed a projection of Wu Hong. What's more, this projection had her aura, and it was not the Wu Hong in the upper dimension but the one who already married Wang Wei. As expected, as soon as the clouds sensed the aura, they turned utterly black before blasting hundreds of lightning bolts at Wang Wei at once. Another unbreakable rule of the immeasurable tribulation is no outside help is permitted. Wang Wei broke this rule, and he did it with someone considered an anomaly in the entire chaos universe. Damn it, I should have raised my thunder Tao to a higher level before I did this, Wang Wei cursed as he tried to direct the thunder to a specific area of his existence. Unfortunately, thunder, by nature, is an uncontrollable force. His attempts were mostly futile as a significant portion of the power began ravaging the other parts of his existence. Luckily, the pills kept healing and protecting him. Wang Wei focused his attention on breaking the shackle. He had no hope of completely eradicating it now, but he needed to break a decent chunk of it. But the process was more challenging than he anticipated, and time was running out for him. If he continued like this, it was only a matter of time before his existence was completely shattered and he died, for real. At this rate, I'll die before I make a single dent in this restriction, Wang Wei thought. He needed to do something else as Grand Dao had already reached the limit of how much it could be angered. What else can I do? Yes, the Tribulation Tower. The tower could accelerate the speed of tribulation by slightly increasing the difficulty. Wang Wei immediately ordered the tower for his tribulation to end in 5 years, which was a crazy number considering Tian Xian took over 200 years, and Kong took over 100 years. Participant Enyang Plum Blossom Daoist, we need to confirm again your desire to push your tribulation to such a limit? Are you another one of this trial's spirit? Well, forget about that for now. Yes, I'm sure. Do you understand the cons? Just do it. As you wish. A large chunk of Wang Wei's points disappeared, and the tower released an unknown power. Then, the dark clouds started releasing hundreds of thousands of bolts simultaneously. Wang Wei had to funnel the remaining healing pills, the holy dragon water, and he connected to the life tower. The combination of these three prevented his instant demise, so he took this opportunity to finish his task. Damn it, why is this thing so hard to remove? Wang Wei cursed. It's been 4 years of constant bombardment, creating deep cracks in this shackle, but he knew he would not succeed in the remaining year. I need something else, but what? What about the special energy of the trial? It seems quite malleable. Wang Wei did not hesitate to use his points to extract the purest energy from this trial. He did not immediately fuse with it but instead added his willpower to ensure no problems with this power and to make it perfectly in tune with his body and existence. It worked, Wang Wei thought as he saw the process accelerate. However, it seems I don't have enough points. With a quick calculation, he understood he did not have enough points for the remaining year of this tribulation. I guess that's the only thing I can do. Karma threads rushed out of the scroll, connecting to all the people in the trial with a deep connection to Wang Wei. I didn't want to do this, Wang Wei said through the connection, but I'm in a precarious situation and I need help. All of you are people who owe karma, and I've come to ask for recompensation by borrowing points from you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1442 Boundless Paragon v. The Final Desperate Counterattack, no problem, Ji Lanfang said immediately, with no hesitation. He sent his points before asking, if you need more, I can go hunting. No need, Wang Wei answered. Take all my points, but I want to see you, Honghua said quickly. Can you ditch the Qin people watching you and meet privately? Wang Wei asked. I'll manage. Good. We got you, Monk and Dulgun said. This place is catered to Qi refiners, so most of my points are for the wife, and we have an excess. I know I could count on you too, Wang Wei replied after seeing how many points these two sent. However, considering Monk's strength, it was understandable, especially since he was ranked 6th on the leaderboard. Don't forget to pay me back, I'm poor, Hong Miling complained, and Wang Wei just nodded. I was helping my disciples hunt to return the borrowed points. I guess you can have them, Emperor Kong added. Thanks. No problem. Are you alright? Su Shi asked. The aura of your tribulation has leaked from the tower, and it looks like punishment instead of a tribulation. I'll manage, Wang Wei replied succinctly, not explaining in detail what was happening to him. I've guarded Time Eater's seal, sacrificed my golden body of merit, and now, I'll hand over my points without asking for return. Is that enough to repay my debt? Ao Shen asked. Fine by me, Wang Wei answered. Was this a fair trade? Probably not. The prosperity of the demon race in the lower race, which Wang Wei is primarily responsible for, is more valuable than any other favors Ao Shen has done for Wang Wei. However, he would not lord over these favors over these people, or they would instead go to extreme lengths to cut off the karma between him. Met too. I want to pay my debt with these points, Yidashu added. Keep dreaming, Wang Wei burst his bubble. Forget it, but Wang Wei boy, you owe me a good fight, the Monkey King said. Come find me after you become a paragon. The other members of the Sword League path have also offered you their points, Jian Wuxuan replied. Appreciate it. His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor, no need to return them, but our karma ends here, the Golden Sword Emperor said. No problem, Wang Wei agreed. His connection to the latter was not deep, and their karma was because Wang Wei was primarily responsible for his opportunity to prove the Tao and the prosperity of the lower dimension, which the Golden Emperor benefited from. Everyone involved provided their points, but many complained or tried to bargain to offset their karma. Wang Wei accepted some people, but others were refused since this was not nearly enough for all the things he had done for them. Finally, Wang Wei's point reached a terrifying level. Excellent, he thought before exchanging for more energy to pump into his fate seed characteristic. 6 months soon passed of the remaining year, and Wang Wei was on the verge of success. Unfortunately for him, Grand Tao thought this was the best time to up its effort to eradicate him through this tribulation. The dark clouds stopped bombarding him with lightning and condensed into a humanoid lightning entity with an aura of pure destruction. The terrifying creature did not hesitate before rushing toward the golden scroll to tear it apart with its hands. Wang Wei reacted swiftly by activating his awakening to summon his 11 fate palaces, placing them in a defensive formation. However, after one attack, he knew that this formation would not survive a second. Things are getting a little out of hand, Wang Wei thought before he summoned Red Mask to control the formation, ensuring he was no longer distracted and that she could bring out all its power. Wang Wei's Swift proved to be the correct one as it bought him a few more days, but Grand Tao also displayed its impatience by condensing 2 more humanoid lightning. Damn this bastard, Wang Wei complained. He was so close, but this bastard seemed determined to kill him at all costs. Wang Wei opened his Grand Mist World, summoning all the creation lifeforms under his control. Red Mask arranged these people at their posts to boost the Fate Palace array. The 3 humanoid lightning bombarded the scroll with all kinds of attacks, but the 11 palaces stood between them and their target. Then, a 4th creature appeared. Wang Wei did not wait for the creature to fully condense before immediately sacrificing his Grand Mist World to boost the formation. His action brought him more time, but Wang Wei was not happy yet as he sensed a 5th creature brewing in the clouds. Something is wrong, Wang Wei analyzed. The time it took to create these creatures is too long, especially the 5th one. I thought this bastard was slowly giving me hope before annihilating me, but it seems something more is at play. He did not know what the bastard, Grand Tao, was planning, but he was already in the highest alert mode. Wang Wei also took this opportunity to accelerate his progress. His deduction soon proved to be correct. The tower's atmosphere drastically changed as soon as the 5th creature appeared. The others stopped attacking before getting into a formation with 1 creature in the front and 4 in the back. The lightning creatures in the back raised their hands to condense 4 characters: creation, destruction, chaos, and fate. The creature at the forefront of the formation then raised its hand to condense the last character, destruction. The other 4 characters turned into a bright light that fused with the destruction character, which in turn transformed into this black-red lightning bolt. This motherf *********, Wang Wei cursed while simultaneously taking defensive measures. He summoned his nothingness wheel to form a second layer of protection below the 11 Fate Palace array, with the power of nothingness. He created a third layer of protection with 13 Paragon artifacts that he changed into defensive artifacts with his purpose manipulation technique. The 4th layer was from the Origin Seal continent. Wang Wei summoned the projection of the artificial river of fate, river of time, etc., that his wife created. No, this is not enough, Wang Wei thought as his senses still warned him of imminent death. He looked at his fate palaces, and with a thought, the 12th palaces condensed. Wang Wei was technically a pseudo-paragon, meaning the last one was only waiting for the final transformation. With the subtle manipulation of his existence, he forced his Tao body to evolve and advance by providing it with energy from the tower. The 11 Fate Palaces array turned into the 12 Fate Palaces array, bolstering the first layer defense, but Wang Wei still did not feel safe. In my name as the Wang clan's patriarch, I summon our clan's Chi Luck Dragon to protect me. A projection of a multicolored dragon materialized in this space, forming the fifth layer of protection. 3 crowns appeared underneath the dragon, symbolizing Wang Wei's status as a three-realm emperor. The crown drew power from the underworld, the laws that governed the Eternal Ascension's world lower dimension, and the prosperity of the people. Under normal circumstances, this sixth layer of protection should have been extremely weak. However, Wang Wei was banking on the fact his grandmother was a Yama king and would provide the power for the Earth Emperor crown, and since he was Heavenly Taoist darling, it would provide the power for the other 2 crowns. His bet was correct. However, Wang Wei still did not feel safe, so he added a 7th layer. His future wife had her own energy vault located in the source chi space, and she granted him access to it in an emergency. It was hard to access under the lock, but that was no longer an issue. So, an ocean of energy or chi formed the last protective layer. Boom! The lightning bolt, which was the embodiment of the ultimate form of destruction, descended from the heavens, bringing with it Grand Tao's supreme wrath. It plowed through these defensive layers like a hot knife cutting through butter. The entire tower trembled, and in a secret location, countless spirits, including Sir Lu, worked tirelessly to prevent that attack from destroying it and affecting the rest of the trial. The light and destruction sound of thunder slowly abated, leaving this vast emptiness even more desolate. Everything seemed over. But was it the end? Is Wang Wei dead? Maybe he survived and had a chance at reincarnation? Is this the end of the journey or another start? Swish! A torn scroll releasing glowing golden lights appeared in the depth of this space. It suddenly turned into a figure with black blood flowing from all his orifices. "I'm the victor," Wang Wei announced. "And I've taken one major step to my freedom." He not only survived but used that powerful lightning bolt to destroy a big chunk from his fate seed status. The chunk was larger than predicted, which was great news for him. The bad news is my existence is beyond the simple description of injured, Wang Wei uttered as he wiped the blood from his nose, but that did not stop it. If he had not developed the prototype of an existence defensive armor, while on the verge of death, he would have been nothing but ash for now. If it were any other time, even the life tower would not be able to heal me, Wang Wei analyzed. Fortunately, a great opportunity is ahead of me. The final step of his transformation is to absorb power from the Grand Tao source to become a genuine paragon, and that's the exact opportunity he needed to repair his existence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1443 Boundless Paragon 6 Final Transformation. Wang Wei raised his head to look at the 5 lightning creatures. Although their eyes constantly released small electrical pulses, he could sense a higher being observing him through them. So, the 2 stared at each other for a while before the creatures slowly disintegrated along with the clouds. Then, a river composed of chains and runes manifested before him. Wang Wei did not hesitate to swallow its power like a whale that was starving. With its power, he started existence reconstruction on himself. The destroyed scroll rapidly repaired itself, along with its content. However, Wang Wei was siphoning an ungodly amount of power from the source. Someone with his deep foundation was already destined to absorb significantly more energy for his transformation, but in his current situation, he was absorbing 10,000 times the normal amount, if not more. And it would have been more if Grand Tao did not warn Wang Wei when he tried to cheat and add more things that were not there to his existence. Another good news is Wang Wei almost completed his existence armor, due to the detailed manipulation of his existence during the reconstruction process. He has classified existence armor as a pseudo-transcendent technique, just like the blueprint. He theorized manipulation and confrontation of existence are the essence of transcendent battles. As soon as the construction ended, Wang Wei removed the knowledge seal from his mind, and his cultivation rose to the 2nd heaven, or 92%. Now was the best time to use it since baptism might not be enough to increase his cultivation by 1% if his realm is higher. But I can do better, Wang Wei muttered. He had just escaped a true death experience and broken from one of his shackles, all experiences that fit with his Tao or pursuit. So, Wang Wei closed his eyes and used that experience to enter a state of epiphany, increasing his cultivation by another 1%. Then, there are the final transformations, Wang Wei muttered. He watched his Tao imprint change, followed by the manifestation of his 12 fate palaces. Huh. They are different from the fake one I summoned, Wang Wei immediately noticed. Most cultivators, Tao body, and awakening, will become useless by the Paragon realm. However, a few individuals with deep enough foundations and achievements can evolve great techniques or abilities based on them, and Wang Wei was one of them. He controlled the 12 palaces to resonate with each other, and to his surprises, they slowly turned into a river. A projection of the River of Fate? No, this is a prototype of the River of Fate, and in the source, not Grand Tao. A flash of enlightenment appeared in Wang Wei's eyes as he had an inkling of the way forward. His Tao body had evolved perfectly to suit his Tao and pursuit. Excellent, Wang Wei commented with a smile. The next step was to condense a new grand mist wheel with a grander scale and boosted potential. Wang Wei did not focus too much on that as his body, soul, and spirit had completed the final transformation. His fleshly body reached the second heaven of cultivation, and his soul and willpower reached 98%. I expected a larger improvement, especially for my body. The lightning was ravaging all the aspects and characteristics of his existence, and the pills would heal the damage, thus achieving a form of tempering. However, it seems Grand Tao was cunning and ensured these aspects were not affected too much to prevent Wang Wei from benefiting too much in the likely case he survived. How stingy, Wang Wei cursed before closing his eyes to prepare for the last transformation process. He disappeared from his location, appearing in this river, and was a small fish. He started swimming upward without hesitation, and his body began to grow in size. It did not take him long to become a colossal creature as he reached the river's surface. However, a small voice in the back of his mind kept telling him to return as he was a fish and the top was dangerous. The voice insisted he was a fish and had no business on the surface. Wang Wei ignored the voice and jumped out of the water. He felt another shackle removed from his body, and in response, his fish body turned into an enormous bird that roamed the sky. Wang Wei flew for a few seconds before turning into his human shape. The river of time looked different from a paragon's perspective and the one I saw when I met my future self, he commented as he looked around. This river was not made of strings representing different timelines. Each drop was a supersolid, both properties of liquid and solid, crystal that shone like glitters when glanced from a surface level. These crystals were the purest essence of time, and this river contained an endless amount of them. Have I broken free from the shackles of time? If the Empyrean realm is freeing the self from death and samsara, the Paragon realm's target is time, Wang Wei muttered. Wang Wei looked around as he experienced the difference in realm and life level. However, have we really completely freed ourselves? His gaze peered in the distance. He now could distinguish between the lower end of the river and the upper end. The lower end led to all past and present, and the upper end led to the future. However, the upper stream was blurry and chaotic to him. What about the infinite trichiliocosm? Wang Wei muttered, and his perspective changed. The river before him was surrounded by a golden hue, and countless other rivers or streams were flowing along with it. From another perspective, these rivers could be seen as endless small strings, but it was hard for someone of his level to truly see it that way. That golden hue should be the symbol and protection of the primordial timeline, Wang Wei realized. Should I take a look at the other timelines? It's a good place to hide my Tao mark. Boundless paragons have many ways to survive and revive. The most basic are the evolved, true avatars, and the 7, proxy avatars. The true avatars were no longer confined to one world, and they no longer needed to use the power of samsara to hide themselves. In other words, they did not need to remain mortals and could all cultivate. However, with the restrictions, they cannot be in the same realm as their creator. With all these clones scattered in different chaos worlds, killing a boundless paragon is already a nightmare, but this is not the end of their cockroach survival ability. Proxy avatars have the highest hiding abilities, are almost incorruptible, and their cultivation can be only 1% lower than their creators. Primal paragons can even have all proxy avatars, with a peak cultivation of 100%. But that's still not the end. Boundless paragons can move their Tao mark and hide them anywhere in the world. They could hide it in some random world in the chaos universe, the source chi space, samsara, or even another timeline. Moreover, the mark also acquired a parasitic ability that allowed it to attach itself to a weaker creature's mark and blend with it as if it were one. Boundless paragons were once the pinnacle of the hierarchy, and their survivability was one of the key reasons. Forget it, Wang Wei ultimately decided. He would need to do so in the future, but now was not the best time. Wang Wei did not immediately leave but glanced in the distance. Unlike before, he sensed countless terrifying auras, many of whom had similar auras as him, and a few who casually looked at him made his body instinctively tremble from sheer terror. Wang Wei realized that when he traveled to the past to kill 5 feathers, he was nothing but a small fish swimming among sharks. Although he had some bite, in the grand scheme of things, he was truly small and weak. No wonder only paragons dare navigate the river of time, he thought. Technically speaking, a great emperor could slowly navigate the river of time and even travel through time. They don't do it because of how much restraint heavenly Tao placed on them. However, Wang Wei understood now these restraints were a protective measure for these emperors. He shook his head to remove these thoughts, focusing on what drew him in the first place. I can sense the location of the prehistoric world, Wang Wei thought. He frowned briefly before closing his eyes to sense the karmic thread connected to Earth. His mind traveled through the thread to a distant place, but midway through the journey, Wang Wei stopped. His intuition told him he could send a projection to the prehistoric world and immediately return home in this manner. However, he was not ready yet to meet or confront Hong Jun, so he stopped and cancelled his action. Better safer than sorry, Wang Wei uttered as he opened his eyes. He did not stay long in this place as he returned to the tower. He used his best technique to reduce his aura to the first heaven. He wanted to hide even more but remembered Su Shi's words. People would be suspicious if he survived such a terrifying tribulation and his cultivation was the bare basics like everyone else. Furthermore, he had a perfect explanation for his terrifying tribulation. He forced it to end in just 5 years. Most people will think he is a madman who did something extreme to ensure he took first place in the trial and should not look too deeply into his actions or behaviors. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know at report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1444 Humbling Experience So Soon. As he expected, many people were waiting outside the tower when he left. Wang Wei calmly observed these people, even taking a little walk into their sea of consciousness to peep at their thoughts. Most of them think the terrifying tribulation was due to the severe time increase, but that witch from the all-seeing temple has some suspicions. No matter, she probably won't leave this place alive. He sensed many people looking at her with animosity, so eliminating her wouldn't immediately paint a target on his back. Wang Wei shifted his gaze, locking directly into Tian Xian. Why has his animosity decreased so much? Interesting. Wang Wei did not stay long before he teleported to the battle tower. He had no interest in challenging others, but he needed to use the tower to stimulate opponents to test his strength. Let's slowly adapt, Wang Wei thought as he designed an opponent with 90% strength. He sealed his power and experienced the battle in that realm. After battling a few boundless and inextinguishable paragons, he increased his opponent's strength by 1%. He repeated the process until he had completely adapted to his new cultivation. Then, Wang Wei selected a 4th heaven opponent and started testing his battle realm. Wang Wei spent more than 5 years inside the tower, testing the limit of his power and improving his techniques. I do have a 10-fold strength, but I seem to be on the lower end of peak paragons categories. There can be a significant gap between peak paragons, especially between boundless and non-boundless, and this tower made Wang Wei realize the training he had done with Wu Hong before could only take him so far, and he still had much to learn and improve. As for taboo? Well. Wang Wei smiled wryly. Entering the 3rd taboo battle realm was the most challenging. First, Wang Wei needed to become a primal. Then, he needs to develop his skill and power to defeat primals while sealing his strength at 90%. This is going to take a while, Wang Wei sighed. After observing his existence, he noticed the taboo battle realms had their own section and should experience a fundamental transformation at the transcendent realm, so no matter how terrible the upcoming world catastrophe is, Wang Wei will not rush to become half-step transcendent and ensure he has the best foundation. What should I train next? Wang Wei contemplated. I still have plenty of room to improve on skills and technique, so my focus should be survivability. Good, it's decided. He asked the tower for an opponent it considered the best regarding chronospirit battles and finding a person's time mark. Then, a humanoid creature manifested before Wang Wei. He could not see its face due to the tower's protective measures, but he noticed that his opponent had 2 horns. This should be interesting, Wang Wei commented, and he was more correct than he could ever dream. The battle lasted 30 minutes before his opponent found his time mark and killed him. Wang Wei looked at the result in shock. Impossible. He refused to accept this result and fought a second time. He lasted 27 minutes in this round. Well, this was a humbling experience. He exhaled before starting the third match. However, this time around, he controlled his ego to learn from his opponent, and Wang Wei immediately realized the vast difference in skill. Does such an entity truly exist? Wang Wei muttered after his death. When Wu Hong trained him, he knew there was a vast difference in their skills, but he still felt she was still in the realm of achievable skill, but his opponent seemed an unsurpassable wall. Tower spirit, come out, Wang Wei suddenly yelled. He felt these spirits were messing with him because of the previous tribulation. A small spirit wearing black armor with spikes from head to toe appeared before him. Honorable participant, what can I do for you? What's with him? Wang Wei asked directly. Is there an issue? The battle spirit asked. Why is he so skilled? You asked for the best, didn't you? Yes, and? Wang Wei asked. That's what we gave you. You're telling me such a skilled individual exists? Haven't you heard of the absolute killer? That explains your surprise. Wang Wei's lips twitched when the spirit did not explain further. Who is the absolute killer? He's a powerful cultivator that existed during the Soul Age, the battle spirit explained, said to be able to find a person's time mark with a glance. You are pretty capable for lasting 30 minutes despite having just entered this realm. Wang Wei squinted, and he's just a paragon. Of course. Is he alive? Wang Wei asked, slightly intrigued. You really don't know anything, huh? The battle spirit looked at him strangely. Everyone knows the absolute killer created a reign of terror as he cut down countless boundless paragons and primals like they were meat on a cutting board. He almost killed the Ji clan ancestor in one of his most famous battles. Ji clan ancestor? As in, the founder of the Heart Desire Palace? The one and only, the battle spirit nodded. What happened next? The absolute killer was eventually acknowledged as the strongest paragon in the chaos universe, the spirit responded before shaking his head. It seems his fate was ultimately quite dire. Hubris is one of the greatest flaws of men, no matter how powerful they are, the battle spirit sighed. The bastard was unsatisfied with being the strongest paragon and thought he was the strongest. So, he challenged the primeval body mansion. Wang Wei squinted. In the lower dimension, Wu Hong warned him of 2 factions, the Heart Desire Palace and the most powerful of them all, the primeval body mansion. She did not say much, just warning him to always be careful when dealing with them until he reached the true pinnacle of the chaos universe. Recently, after he spoke with Xuan, Wang Wei decided the primeval body mansion was probably the lineage left over by the body refining true transcendent that ended the Essence Age. So, he's dead? No one can say for sure since he's still remembered, but that doesn't mean much for beings on that level, the battle spirit shrugged. However, he was never seen in the universe since that day. I see, Wang Wei nodded. Does anyone know why he was so capable? Not really. Some say he was a special time race, others believe he had a unique treasure, but the majority believe he was that skilled. If he is that skilled, he might have acquired or developed a pseudo-transcendent technique like I did, Wang Wei analyzed. Well, thank you for answering my question, Wang Wei saluted politely. Now that he knew this was not a joke, this ultimate killer became someone he must overcome. No problem, but it's time for you to leave. What do you mean? You're running out of points. What? Wang Wei checked, and his face turned ugly. I thought the battle tower was free. Under normal circumstances, but you asked for the best training partner, so we must charge you. Although his face was hidden, anyone could tell this battle spirit was putting on a fake expression of confusion. Wang Wei stared at him, knowing he had been scammed. However, he did not say anything else and left. Swish. Sir Lu appeared in the tower. Was this really wise? He's basically this trial's victor, so we can only do this if we want him to stay longer and use more points. The situation is already complicated as is. Do we really want to make more enemies? Sir Lu sighed. This cannot be considered making enemies. It is just a small confrontation that we can make up to him if necessary, the battle spirit responded. I hope we don't regret this decision, Sir Lu said before disappearing. An irresistible bait, huh? Wang Wei thought. He had to admit he could not stop using the battle tower. His pride or the idea that someone was skilled enough to kill him in less than an honor will not accept his current skill level, so no matter what, he must use the tower to improve. However, I'm the one who cons other people, not the other way around. A glint flashed in his eyes as he flew to his mountain. As soon as he arrived, the first thing he did was open a portal to another dimension with a black cocoon at the center. The cocoon was releasing an intense aura, but it kept fluctuating, a sign of someone undergoing a transformation. It should take a while before Red Mask is done, he thought. During the tribulation, he sent a small piece of her soul to the tower at the last minute. And now that he had become a paragon, she too would transition into one due to the Lord's Shadow technique. However, she was severely injured and needed more time to heal and transform. It's a shame I've lost my hunting companion since I have such a massive debt, but it couldn't be helped, Wang Wei muttered. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1445 Why is the past so important? Wang Wei did not rush to start hunting. Instead, he took the time for a few small tasks that required his attention. First, he had to recreate the lives of his Grand Mist world and set up training for them to ensure they could pass the Tier 12 creation tribulation. Once that was dealt with, he recondensed his nothingness wheel. The thing was technically useless to him since he no longer needed it for the Empyrean taboo battle realm. However, Wang Wei's body refining also required the power of nothingness, and this will would become applicable. The amount of nothingness power that my bloodline can absorb is no longer on par for my needs, Wang Wei analyzed. So, it's probably best to fuse the wheel into my blood, turning it into an ability. Since he had a plan, Wang Wei did not hesitate and took action. The process was smooth, with no interruption or trouble. Now, that's better, Wang Wei thought as he sensed the optimization of his bloodline. However, I still need to start considering the 12th revolution of my bloodline. His human fiend god was technically only tier 11. Wang Wei frowned as he thought about the direction of his bloodline. As long as he updates his previous abilities, which involve will tempering and strength increase, the bloodline should be enough to take him to the peak of the elder fiend god realm. But is this all a fiend god bloodline can do? I would be disappointed if it were. Wang Wei shook his head. It was not time to be thinking about these things. He knew the sect had fiend god blood in reserve, so he'll know the answer once he's home. Next, let's check my existence. He closed his eyes and reached the fundamental blueprint of his existence. Wang Wei focused on the fate seed aspect. The entire thing was not completely removed. After all, this was something that Grand Tao planted on him probably during his birth/creation on Earth, so he did not expect to remove all of it when he was just a small and weak paragon. Regardless, this tribulation allowed him to take a major step toward his freedom. The fact that he could break such a good portion while in the Paragon realm meant subsequent removal would become 1,000 times easier, and not just because his cultivation would be higher. The question is, what immediate effect will this thing have on me? Wang Wei thought as he sensed the changes to his existence due to the Fate Seed status. My affinity with Fate Dao has decreased by at least 15%. Wang Wei could say few people were as compatible with their Daos as him. He even created countless physiques and fused them to ensure maximum affinity. But now, this was no longer the case. That's not an issue, Wang Wei thought calmly. A maximum with a Dao has its perks but also its downfall, primarily that his affinity with other Daos was reduced. The previous maximum affinity meant I had a lower affinity with Daos involving free will, independence, or choice. Now that it's no longer the case, I can make better improvements to my Freedom Dao. Wang Wei hasn't used his Freedom Dao much in combat since he took it from Zheng Chao, but this situation could be the start. Let's see, what else? He observed and sensed the changes in his existence. My destiny is no longer full of ups and downs, Wang Wei thought excitedly. Trouble was drawn to him harder than magnets, and he had deduced two primary reasons that were interconnected. Fate wanted to mold him into the perfect inheritor to take the Fate Cardinal's place, so it threw challenge after challenge at him as a training method. Meanwhile, his future self was doing the same to ensure he grew up to be that version of the future and escape all the shackles on him. It's good that my life will have less trouble following it, Wang Wei mused. But something still bothers me. Why does my future self care so much about the past? Shouldn't someone in his life have already transcended the shackles of time and space? If someone has transcended time, then two things should become true. First, their past is locked, and no one can change or affect it. Second, which is the most likely scenario, their past is irrelevant to them. They are beings whose past, present, or future events cannot influence them. So, even if someone traveled to the past and killed young Wang Wei, future Wang Wei would be completely fine and not affected in any manner. Could there be some rules in this chaos universe that limit transcendent on that level? Or is something like people on the same level can influence each other's past? Wang Wei frowned. These explanations made sense logically, but his intuition told him some unknown shenanigans he was unaware of were happening. I should put this on the list of things to investigate, he concluded before opening his eyes. Now that he knew his life would be more peaceful, he was more confident in his plan to be more low-key and move from the shadows. It's also about time I dealt with that thing, Wang Wei thought as he sensed the countless memories sealed in his mind, along with the horrifying amount of negative karma. Unfortunately, this task required time, so he'd have to wait until the lock was gone and he had more opportunities for leisure activities. All right, hunting time, Wang Wei said as he stood up, ready to repay his debt. However, he suddenly sensed something and waved his hand to manifest 3 crowns. Then, these symbols of powers trembled before condensing the projection of an elegant and dignified figure. Interesting. Using your human and heavenly emperor position to communicate with me secretly, that's quite ingenious. These damn Qin people are stuck to me like leeches, Honghua cursed. She had a simple black robe on with dragon designs on her cuffs. Her attire was nothing compared to her former majestic emperor robes, but her demeanor still remained majestic. I had to find a way to contact you in secret. Well, adversity and stress is a good way to force creativity, Wang Wei commented. Cultivators are a group of people that are most dangerous when they are desperate. I'm guessing you're here for your rescue. That's right, Honghua nodded. You're the only person who can help me. Wang Wei pondered. When I negotiated with the Qin court, they were very confident you could not escape their grace. These people know my strength and what I'm capable of, but yet, they did not seem to fear that I would kill all your guards and take you away. What is the source of their confidence? They probably did something to me. Oh. Not long ago, they knocked me out, but when I woke up, I couldn't detect anything wrong with my body or soul, Honghua explained with gritted teeth. I see. In that case, let's check your body, Wang Wei nodded as he pointed his finger to her forehead. He found the karma thread between the projection and the real body and used it to spy on the real Honghua. You're right, they did leave something in you. What did they do? She immediately asked. It's both a tracking mark and a potent void-breaking talisman that could probably ignore 99. 999% of spatial restrictions in the world, Wang Wei said, and the only reason he did not say 100% was because he did not like to deal in absolutes. Can you take it out? Honghua asked, almost pleading. The bad news is probably not, Wang Wei said seriously. What? This mark is placed on your existence, and more importantly, it involves the power of transcendence? Transcendence? Honghua asked in confusion. The two suns? Exactly. Her face instantly paled. However, she immediately took a deep breath to calm down. You said bad news. Implying there is some good news. Wang Wei secretly praised her for regaining her composure so soon. Yes, there is some good news. The people who put the mark were essentially controlling a power beyond their means or understanding, leaving many flaws that can be exploited. Honghua frowned. I'm confused. Can you or can you not save me? I can't save you, Wang Wei shook his head. He could barely control his existence, let alone others. There was a reason he had to allow the tribulation to completely wipe out his body and soul so that he could revert to that scroll state and control his existence. And honestly speaking, if not for his experience during the Perfect Foundation establishment, his plan would not have worked. Honghua was about to be disappointed when he heard Wang Wei's following words. I can't help you, but you can help yourself. How? She immediately asked. Here is what you can do, Wang Wei uttered before explaining his plan. Isn't this too dangerous? Honghua hesitated. Your situation requires this level of risk. Fine, I'll do it. I thought you would think about it more, Wang Wei replied, not hiding his surprise. I can't stay in that damn place anymore, Honghua said with gritted teeth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1446 Zheng's threat. Wang Wei looked at her strangely. They didn't, inhumanely torture you, did they? He had to ask due to how much hatred she displayed toward the Qin people. Inhuman torture? Oh, thank heavens, no, Honghua responded swiftly. They just restricted my freedom and tried to influence me to marry their stupid and ugly-looking prince. That's good to hear, but you should be careful nonetheless, Wang Wei answered before summoning a scroll and started writing using the Dao text. It took him a few minutes before handing it to her. This technique is the final key, Wang Wei explained. Although he couldn't directly help her control her existence, he could create a way for her to do so passively by subtly manipulating her acupoints, soul, and body. Thank you. Do you have a void-breaking talisman potent enough for the plan? No, Honghua admitted in embarrassment. Wang Wei did not say anything else and granted her one. She sighed. Once again, words cannot express the level of gratitude I am indebted to you. No problem, Wang Wei answered casually. Your wife is safe with me for now, and you can pick her up if you successfully gain your freedom. Before that, I wish you good fortune. Honghua bowed politely before her projection dissipated, leaving Wang Wei in deep thought. How did Zheng get his hands on transcendent power? Is it some kind of artifact or a source of power? More importantly, did he get it before or after the ultimate taboo? Wang Wei entered his state of deduction, trying to piece the puzzle from threads of information. Honghua said they only recently placed the mark on her, meaning it's possible Zheng shared this power with his court after our confrontation at the Great Chu court. He couldn't possibly have done it before since he was hiding in limbo, and Supreme Unity had his eyes on him. However, after Maitreya blessed these people, they could remain invisible to Supreme Unity's eyes. However, is transcendent power so easily controlled? The time between the Great Chu event and the trial was too short for these people to have created a method to utilize the power of transcendence, unless they had someone whose talent was on par with mine and used an extreme method like the mind dilation pill. Wang Wei frowned. The possibility of that being the case was low, so he had to consider another possibility. Zheng had it before the ultimate taboo. But if that's true, why did no one know about it before? Zheng is capable enough to hide from his peers in the Golden Generation, but Supreme Unity and Maitreya would have sniffed it out. Mithraea may have been capable of protecting the Qin court for a while, but during the Locke era, where her performance was less than desired, Supreme Unity would have gotten his hands on the thing long ago. Unless the hypothetical artifact or source of power is of higher essence than these two and capable of hiding itself unless. Does such a thing exist, and where did Zheng find it? As soon as Wang Wei asked that question, he had an answer: the prehistoric world, he thought. Although it's possible Zheng acquired it from the first chaos world he reincarnated into, the most likely scenario is someone, most likely Hong Jun, handed it to him. But why? Wang Wei recalled various information as he slowly outlined the truth. I theorized that Hong Jun was reincarnating people for the future of the prehistoric world. Now that I think about it, it's possible he knew about the all-heaven fate calamity before the all-seeing temple and wanted to prepare in advance. Wang Wei's lips twitched. If that was true and his theory that the calamity was his creation, Hong Jun was essentially preparing for a catastrophe that he created. Wang Wei shook his head to focus. Such truth was even more reason he needed to hide the fact he might be the person from the prophecy. Chronologically speaking, Zheng existed 2,000 years before my time, so he was most likely part of Hong Jun's early experiment at reincarnating people into other worlds, Wang Wei continued. Maybe Hong Jun needed an item as powerful as that to allow the people from Earth to reincarnate into other worlds, or maybe he was more generous the first time around. Well, that doesn't matter too much, the key is the item. In all of the novels and myths written about Hong Jun, his most remarkable artifact is always the jade butterfly pendant. In most iterations, this thing contains the essence of all 3,800 Daos. Did he give it to Zheng? Probably just a piece, but even so, he must have had great hope on him to do so. Wang Wei sneered. If that is true, I feel bad for Hong Jun. Zheng's suspicious nature probably prevented him from using the pendant, especially after knowing its power. Otherwise, with such an item and an overwhelming advantage, he would have long entered the half-step transcendent realm. Well, I guess I can't blame him too much since I probably would have done the same, Wang Wei concluded. The last thing he would do is trust his transcendent path to Hong Jun or anyone else. He might have used the pendant to ensure he became a primal as swiftly as possible, but he would never use it on his transcendent path. However, it appears that Zheng no longer has any hesitation, Wang Wei continued. During his talk with the Qin people, he noticed they started acting bolder and more aggressive, and now he understood why. I previously predicted that the future wife will be our world's first transcendent. While my thoughts haven't changed, now I know Zheng is a viable contender. Wang Wei squinted his eyes. Honghua cannot return to the Qin court. He must do whatever is necessary to delay Zheng's path. Otherwise, if he is the first one to enter that realm, he will immediately conquer the Eternal Ascension world, and sadly, Mithraea's weak and unstable transcendent realm will not be able to stop him. The best move to make right now is not just to free Honghua but to send her to other chaos worlds and further delay the Qin court, Wang Wei strategized. He looked in the distance before flying toward the hunting area. Who is this woman? As he flew to his destination, Wang Wei noticed a woman dressed in man's clothing. She had an all-red robe and flowing dark hair, but the tips were pink. I remember everyone in the trial, but she was not one of them. More importantly, she's just like Tian Xian and Chengming. I can't see any information from her besides the surface level. Wang Wei decreased his flying speed slightly while observing. Her temperament reminded me of Xuya. She probably has a similar physique in Dao. Is she also from the Heart Desire Palace? But why is she here and acting separately from Chengming? Wang Wei continued flying. Wait, she's not the only one. He instantly realized they were numerous people he had never seen before or people he had someone passively ignored. Luckily, his senses had drastically improved after becoming a boundless paragon. I see. These foreign transcendent factions have sent their descendants to this trial, Wang Wei realized. But why are they all acting so suspicious? A better question is, do they even need the use of the trial? A bolt of lightning suddenly flashed in his mind. They don't care about using the trial, they want complete control of it, Wang Wei analyzed. He was only thinking about analyzing and copying the trial's power, but these forces were already planning how to take it over. The power of this trial is indeed mystical, probably involving transcendent in one way or another. There are probably other secrets at play. Wang Wei deduced. They almost noticed me, Wang Wei thought. Two people almost noticed his spying, the woman dressed like a man and a tall, muscular man who was obviously a body refiner. Is he from the primeval body mansion? But why doesn't he give me the same vibe as that woman and Chengming? Wang Wei felt great danger from these people, probably because some transcendent powerhouse left some protective means on them. However, he did not feel the same as that muscular man. It's either the power is too high for even me to sense, he does not have it, or he's from the mansion, and they are proud and arrogant enough not to protect their heaven chosen because no one dares mess with their people, Wang Wei thought. Regardless, this trial just got a lot more interesting, Wang Wei thought with a smirk on the corner of his mouth. He loves danger and chaos when he's not directly involved since he can benefit from it from the shadow. So, he hoped he was right, and these factions were planning something big. I still need to prepare, Wang Wei concluded. He wanted to reach the fifth heaven as soon as possible so he could leave this place at a moment's notice and he wouldn't miss much. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1447 The Clash of Ego. As soon as Wang Wei reached the hunting area, he started killing the bestowal monster. He also used a Tier 12 puppet since he was now in the Paragon realm. However, Wang Wei's actions were merely a distraction. While his body was hunting, his mind used his soul ability for the first time in the current realm. Wang Wei immediately noticed the difference. First, he saw a small cluster on the map, which indicated the souls in this trial. Next to this map was a vast cluster that gave a sense of familiarity. That should be the Eternal Ascension world. He moved to the second large cluster. The entire map was black and inaccessible. Is this the prehistoric world? So, the soul network has expanded to a scale on par with the chaos universe but focusing on the karma connected to me? Wang Wei was immediately excited by this promise and kept changing the following map. He saw an enormous map formed from numerous clusters combined. Is this a chaos world that combines numerous worlds? But what's my relationship with this place? An idea suddenly flashed in his mind. Is this where Wang Ju reincarnated? Wang Wei immediately closed his eyes and tried to access the souls in these worlds. However, he didn't take a few seconds to give up. He could access these worlds, but reinforcing his connection to them would take a long time. Let's see if I can find my father, Wang Wei thought as he continued analyzing this map. Unfortunately for him, he discovered many worlds he had connections with, making it more than challenging to determine whether his parents were somehow teleported to another chaos world. These worlds should be the result of Wang Ju expanding the Fate's Shadow Guard and whatever my soul did in primordial chaos, Wang Wei groaned. After becoming a paragon, he noticed his ancestors placed a seal on his soul to hide his identity when he was a soul in primordial chaos. Although I don't have a concrete answer, this is a good start, Wang Wei thought. This ability should make it easier to find his parents, wherever they are. Back to my objective. Wang Wei focused on the trial's small cluster of souls. He noticed a few living souls he could not influence. This would not be surprising with how many transcendent descendants are present in this place, but these souls were weak and had a connection to him. Additionally, these souls were attached to foreign powers. These souls are the Eternal Ascension world's people, and it seems they have been captured, Wang Wei analyzed, and as soon as he read the data, he understood what was happening. These foreign worlds realized they could not get any information from the Eternal Ascension world, so they captured these people to bring them back to their factions and see if they could break the lock. These souls must die, Wang Wei decided. However, he could not do it now as these people could just capture more. So, he has to wait until the end of the trial when most of the Eternal Ascension world participants leave to kill these captured individuals. Luckily, there is no power of transcendence protecting these souls, Wang Wei sighed in relief. These powerhouses did not care too much about these captured individuals, so the protection on them was not the best they could provide. Such a flaw was something Wang Wei could exploit. He continued his objective by pulling the souls of the Tao opening sect people and the participants he had a good relationship with into a hidden dimension for a minor assembly. "What's going on?" someone asked, scared of how sudden everything happened. "It's me," Wang Wei said, and everyone felt relieved. At least, it was not an unknown enemy. "Did something happen?" Emperor Kong asked. "Yes," Wang Wei nodded. "Some shenanigans are about to happen in this trial, and I decided to give you a warning. The people who came to this place without reaching the peak of the Empyrean realm, I implore you to leave as soon as you become a paragon. For the peak Emperors, take a deep look within and truthfully assess whether you have a chance at those top positions. If not, you better leave after becoming a paragon as well. Regardless, you all should be on the lookout." Everyone listened to him attentively with a frown. These words sounded too alarming, and some instinctively felt someone was fear-mongering out of nothing, but given the source, they had to control their initial jerk reaction and take it seriously. "What exactly do you mean by shenanigans?" Emperor Kong asked. I guess I can tell you," Wang Wei said before raising his hand to summon the history lock. With this protection, the chances of news leaking were minimal. "I've detected a few transcendent factions have secretly sent their people to infiltrate this place. If I guess correctly, their target should be to take control of this trial, so you can expect chaos at some point in the future." "Transcendent? I believe that's the realm of the two suns. Aren't we ants before these two, even if we become boundless?" "We are." With this short conversation, everyone understood the severity of this situation. Only 2, 3 if you count Monk, have entered the Paragon realm, but even scarier people were already involved. "Are you sure about this?" Emperor Kong asked. He didn't want to question Wang Wei, but he hadn't noticed much and wanted some reassurance. "You're in my realm, and with a decent detection technique, you might not see the invisible ones, but you should be able to detect the ones who make you passively ignore them," Wang Wei replied. "But don't reveal yourself, or you'll be dead." I understand. Anyhow, I've warned you, and it's up to you whether you listen," Wang Wei continued. "And don't worry, I will still repay your points." Wang Wei did not wait for anyone else to speak and dismissed everyone. He only warned them to make up for the karma some of these people had already paid and because the Eternal Ascension world needed these talents to survive the upcoming catastrophe. With that out of the way, Wang Wei focused on his hunting but had to stop after only 1 year. A vision had appeared in the distance. Chengming had become a boundless paragon. Based on aura alone, if I had to quantify his realm, it's probably 95%, but Xianxia was 99,999%, Wang Wei thought. "Speaking of Xianxia, he's been blatantly observing me without taking any action. What is he planning?" A technique has been observing him from afar, and from Wang Wei's standards on how easy this thing was to notice, Xianxia was not hiding his purpose. "Plum Blossom Daoist and Xianxia, you have 10 years of breathing remaining," Chengming's voice boomed throughout the trial. "Keep your neck clean for these 10 years. This guy has gone beyond the scope of arrogance." Wang Wei's lips twitched. He watched as Chengming entered the battle tower, probably getting acclimated to his new power. "Whatever," Wang Wei muttered before continuing hunting. The 10 years passed swiftly, and with his terrifying strength, Wang Wei repaid his debt and had enough points to use again. "Where are you two cowards?" Chengming screamed as soon as he exited the tower. "Who dares to challenge me first?" Wang Wei calmly looked at him from a distance, and Chengming detected him, and they locked eyes. "What? Are you scared?" Wang Wei put his finger into his nose, controlled his body to create a booger, and picked it before flinging it into the rock near him. His disregard proved highly effective as veins popped on Chengming's neck, and his eyes changed to red. "So, he does cultivate emotion Dao," Wang Wei analyzed. Chengming was about to rush toward Wang Wei's location when Xianxia's potent aura flew from the Dao Tower. "Little ant, you want to challenge me?" Xianxia asked casually, but his arrogance and disdain flew so effortlessly from his body that it felt natural. It was like it was a natural law of heaven and earth for this man to be arrogant, like it was his birthright to look down on all sentient beings. Interesting, Chengming said with a grin. The veins in his neck were gone, but the redness in his eyes intensified. Anyone who knew him understood his rage had reached such a level that it had transformed into this cold wrath. Someone dares to be more arrogant than me, Chengming said. Do you dare fight in a life-and-death battle in the tower? I don't care if you want to experience your funeral so soon, Xianxia calmly responded. But I won't fight you for a stupid thing like pride, so wager all your points. And please don't tell me you're broke. The void around Chengming twisted briefly before returning to calm. He waved his hand to send a talisman, and a few seconds later, he received a batch of points. I will enjoy destroying that beautiful face of yours. It's okay. You won't be the first ugly man who tried. I'm used to your kind's jealousy, Xianxia countered. Damn, Wang Wei thought. Who knew he had a mouth on him? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1448 Xianxia vs. Chengming. As soon as they entered the tower, Sir Lu appeared between them. Do you guys understand the rules? You have chosen a life and death battle, meaning no outside interference until one person dies. We know, Chengming said coldly. No, you don't understand. If someone loses, the tower will be responsible for annihilating the loser, whether they are a boundless paragon or not. That's what you are agreeing to. Tian and Chengming frowned as they understood the implications. Their kind was not easy to kill, so their current animosity might be resolved when they realized the difficulty of killing each other. But under the trial's rules, this was a true life-and-death battle. That's fine by me, Tian said first. I am no coward, Chengming replied, still prideful and confident. Good, Sir Lu nodded with a smile. Since they know the rules and agree, no one can complain to them afterward. According to the trial's rules, your battle will be exhibited to other participants at a price. 80% of the proceeds will go to the victor, and the rest to us. Is that understood? Stop wasting time. Don't rush me, Sir Lu complained. One last thing, do you want to choose an environment for this battle or fight in the void? If this loser needs to choose an environment to give himself an advantage, I don't mind, Tian said casually. The void is fine, Chengming replied. Anyway, everything will be destroyed, and unlike what his bastard of an opponent suggested, he did not need an advantage. Then, let this fight begin, Sir Lu announced. The people outside had already paid an exorbitant price for this fight, and through their token, they could watch it as if they were next to the fighters. As soon as Sir Lu uttered these words, Tian and Chengming started the fight with an aura clash. Tian's cultivation has reached the first heaven, Wang Wei immediately noticed, but that was the least of his surprise. That aura, he's a Dao overlord. His aura was not of someone who used an outlaw Dao but was granted an exception by Grand Dao, but that of someone who passed the outlaw trial. Well, it makes sense. If Grand Dao wanted someone to stop me, it has to be someone who can match me physically and intellectually, Wang Wei analyzed calmly as he continued watching this battle. The two participants started stacking their strength, and in a few seconds, they both reached eightfold of the battle realm. As expected, this Chengming is not simple, Wang Wei thought. Tian's cultivation was higher than the latter, but Chengming's battle realm reached the same level. More importantly, Wang Wei discovered one of the techniques the latter used for stacking involved obsession, and it was more refined than Su Shi's or his technique. Swish. The two teleported toward each other and punched forward. The energy wave created by their clash would have devastated worlds if not for their current environment, but no one cared about that. In this clash, Tian remained in place while Chengming flew back a few meters. I forgot you people are a bunch of savage gorillas who value your flesh over your soul, Chengming sneered before using another technique, Spirit Essence Harmony. His powerful soul resonated with his body, fueling its ascension. So, in a matter of seconds, Chengming's weak, fleshly body reached the level of inextinguishable paragons. Your clan still hasn't figured out the importance of the body? No wonder your founder failed. You take that back. Did I say something wrong? It's not my fault if you people inherited his stupidity, Xianxia responded calmly. It did not help that he said these words with such a handsome face and an aura that his words were the laws or truths of heaven and earth. This guy is not stupid, so why is he antagonizing the Heart Desire Palace to such an extent? Is he really that confident about Grand Dao's protection? Wang Wei thought. His senses have already detected that the woman dressed in men's clothing was looking at Xianxia with intense killing intent after what he said. Good. 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 Chengming repeated thrice. You dare insult my ancestor? Good. My name will no longer be Ji if I don't eradicate you from this mortal coil. Horror soul, Chengming used his unique soul and emotion Dao to artificially create a soul creature, and as soon as the thing appeared, everyone, including Wang Wei, was shocked. The creature was humanoid with an octopus head and red eyes. However, its appearance was not the shocking aspect, but its presence. Anyone who laid eyes on this creature felt an overwhelming sense of dread and horror that rapidly consumed their souls. Luckily, the trial activated their protection mechanism, or most of these participants would have become mad and killed themselves. That's Cthulhu, Wang Wei thought. The Heart Desire Palace must have studied Cthulhu's body to create this technique. Wang Wei has theorized the creature in the abyss was nothing but a projection or a follower of the real Cthulhu. Now, he had further proof for his theory. This revelation has so many implications, Wang Wei thought as he focused on Xianxia. The latter's body was releasing an aura of revolt and disgust. It appeared that the horror creature summoned was the vilest and most disgusting thing between heaven and earth. These emotions are not from him, but his status as Grand Dao's son/vessel, Wang Wei analyzed. My conjecture was correct. Cthulhu did not originate from this chaos universe but was an intruder from Chengming or another chaos universe. That's why Grand Dao finds it so revolting. It represents the fact this universe has been invaded and contaminated by foreign entities. Wang Wei squinted his eyes. According to myths, the elder gods can create endless clones, so it's possible the one in this universe was one of Thulan's endless clones. Wang Wei rapidly confirmed and deduced many things from this one technique. I always knew and operated under the premise that the stories and myths from Earth were real or contained some level of truth. Now, I know for a fact that's true. This anomaly explains why Grand Dao is so interested in that world, but what is that so? Grand Dao is obviously not responsible for the uniqueness of Earth, otherwise, he wouldn't need to summon a fate seed from there to enact Earth's ideas for the development of the chaos universe. It appeared that returning to Earth is more important than I thought, Wang Wei concluded. Die, you foul creature, Xianxia roared as he manipulated his destruction Dao to summon lightning bolts and fling them so intensely that people would think this was the immeasurable tribulation. Scream of madness, the horror creature opened its mouth to scream, releasing a black aura from its mouth that blocked the bolts of lightning bolts. Not affected? Chengming thought. This technique was enough to destroy the will of some of the best inextinguishable paragons, but this person seemed completely fine. Then, let's add to it. Nightmare Soul, another creature appeared. It was humanoid but without a face or other noticeable features since its body was composed of darkness. The creature had no legs and a floating cloak instead. As soon as it appeared, a resonance formed between the two creatures, and Xianxia's body stopped mid-attack. A look of struggle flashed on his face, but he reacted swiftly by destroying all distractions and influence on his mind. Wrath of heaven and earth, Xianxia waved his hand to manifest an enormous red dark hand that embodied destruction itself. The hand was large enough to target everyone on this battlefield, so it descended with the utmost impunity. Chengming was about to respond with a technique on his own, but Xianxia was faster, resistance destruction. By destroying his opponent's resistance, Chengming and the two creatures stood by without moving. Even their minds operated at an immensely slow speed to prevent them from coming up with any countermeasures. Boom! The destruction hand annihilated everything in its path, or so it should have. The creatures were gone, but Chengming was surrounded by a soul shield boosted by his Dao will. Wang Wei noticed something. His Tao will is alive. No, it's better to say Chengming instilled independent emotions and desires into his Tao will, creating a pseudo-intelligent creature whose sole purpose is to aid him in battle and protect him when necessary. What a brilliant application of Tao will. Such a level of technique is what he would expect from a transcendent faction, and of course, Wang Wei will steal all of them and put his own twist on them. Nice try, Chengming sneered. But your nightmare has just started. The destroyed creatures suddenly appeared once again, staring coldly at Tian. Fierce soul, Chengming summoned a third creature, which was another humanoid creature, except it had thousands of eyes all over its body. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1449 Tian vs. Chengming, 2. Do you understand your purpose? The reason for your existence? Yes, I won't let you down. Too slow, your progress is too slow. Wang Wei has passed his Supreme Outlaw trial. I won't lose to him. Good, you have proven your intelligence is on par with him. However, it's not enough. His 9-extremity foundation is almost complete, but you haven't even started it. I will get to it. How can you be so useless? You are the son of Grand Tao, born with the greatest blessing between heaven and earth. What did I do wrong this time? Wang Wei has become the second mortal emperor in the universe. If you want a chance at beating him, you must be the third. I will do my best. What? Are you satisfied that you proved the Tao before him? Well, I can tell you he became an immeasurable emperor, the very first in the universe, meaning your small achievement means nothing. How can I be an immeasurable emperor? It's too late for you. However, he is planning a way to bind his existence to the heavenly emperor era he is creating. Why don't you try copying him? It'll create an era even more glorious than him. You did a decent job. The next competition is the Taboo Battle Realms. You cannot lose to him in those. I will not lose. I will not lose. A hole appeared in Xianxia's eyes as he flew into the distance. The horrible pain had awakened him from the nightmare surrounding his greatest fear. He noticed his mind was once again slipping and reacted swiftly by destroying all negative effects on his mind, soul, or spirit. Tian now had control over his body, but this attack severely injured him. His Tao will is a nasty piece of work, he analyzed. The combination of Tian's Tao will and willpower manifestation could barely seal Chengming's, and that's despite the fact his true will contains some of the essence of his destruction Tao. Luckily, his soul was well protected by an excellent soul artifact and many other techniques, so it was not affected. A yin-yang symbol materialized next to Tian, transforming his destruction Tao into creation. Then, a new and perfect replica of Tian appeared in the symbol. Tian then transferred his soul into this new body, thus perfectly healing his previous injury. It's useless, Chengming said as his 3 summoned souls started resonating with each other for a second attack. Tian controlled his former shelf as a puppet, forcing it to attack the 3 souls. Chengming raised his hand to create 3 pillars full of grievances. He planned to seal this shell and buy enough time for his attack to hit. However, Tian was ruthless and immediately exploded the puppet, releasing a devastating amount of pure destructive power. This attack wiped out everything in sight except for the protective measures around Chengming. Swish! Tian destroyed the distance between himself and his opponent, achieving a terrifying high-speed teleportation. He appeared behind Chengming, holding a sword condensed for destruction. Die, he yelled. Do you think I would fall for such an obvious tactic? Chengming sneered as a golden creature with wings appeared around him. His spirit of fortitude, condensed from one of the 7 heavenly virtues, was the ultimate form of protection. Swish! Tian's sword passed through his defense like it was empty air before him, leaving a gushing wound. How is that possible? Chengming was shocked as he distanced himself from his opponent. Xian would not pass this opportunity and continued his aggressive approach. Chengming reacted swiftly by recondensing his 3 souls, and each soul immediately created a universe to block Xian's path. This approach was effective, as it took some time to destroy the nightmare, horror, and fear universe. Meanwhile, Chengming took this opportunity to analyze why the previous attack failed. It's luck, Dao. This bastard destroys all probabilities or possibilities that could block his sword, allowing it to accidentally pass through a flaw in my defense. Chengming looked at the slash wound on his chest with gritted teeth. Luckily, these lowly people have a shoddy application of true will. It only took him a moment to remove Xian's true will and regenerate. Swish! Chengming moved his head to evade the destruction arrow before focusing on his opponent. Tell me, what is your obsession? Chengming asked with a smirk. Xian did not answer but fired another arrow. The spirit of virtue slashed the arrow away with a sword of light. It seems you have 2 obsessions, and they somehow contradict one another, Chengming continued. The first one seems to be to overthrow someone and stop living in their shadows. Interesting, there is actually someone who can make you obsessed with them. Xian released a rain of arrows, but it was useless. The spirit of virtue condensed a shield, and with his sword, no harm came to its master. Your second obsession seems to be hidden quite well, so I can't even read it, Chengming continued. However, we have plenty of time. He chuckled before going on the offensive. He first combined the horror soul with the fear soul, turning into a humanoid creature with 4 arms, an octopus head, and numerous eyes on all parts of its body. This new horror then looked at Xian, and his body started mutating. His left arm began to grow muscles and tissues uncontrollably, turning into this large and grotesque red abomination. Xian was calm. As a body refiner, this was not the first time he had faced such a situation, so he focused on regaining control. Sadly, this mutation was more aggressive and uncontrollable than the true power Dao realm Tribulation, so he swiftly cut off his arm and regrew another. He teleported away, thinking this creature required sight to cast his technique, but he was only half right. The first attack required sight, but the subsequent ones used their karmic link, which Xian swiftly detected and destroyed. However, what awaited him was Chengming's 4th summons, the Soul of Regret. A bright red heart that was more than 20 meters in length and had a black dagger piercing through it manifested, and as soon as it appeared, the heart started to beat. Xian, who was mid-attack, found himself in this white space with fog. His first instinct was to destroy everything, but he stopped himself when the fog condensed into the shape of a woman. Her face was vague, but the woman's contour indicated she was beautiful and had an aura of endless gentleness. Xian calmly looked at the woman, and despite her lack of a visage, he could tell she was smiling. She raised her hand to him, and he unknowingly reached out. Unfortunately, before he could touch her, she collapsed before turning into another woman dressed in all black clothes with black nails, black and red eyeshadows, and dark lipstick. The woman was breathtakingly beautiful with her ancient aura of power and darkness. "Don't forget who you are betrothed to," she declared. "So, you gave up the love of your life for an arranged marriage? Is that your regret? What a cliché story." Chengming sneered echoed in this dimension, plunging Xian into a blind rage as he destroyed this spiritual realm. Unfortunately, what awaited him was not the freedom he sought but a world of horror. Xian found himself in this dark space with billions of arms coming from below, trying to drag him. The worst part was not these creepy limbs not attached to anything, but the sweet voices that came calling him, "Xianer, why did you abandon me? Was I not enough? Couldn't you have fought for us?" Xian knew this voice, and now it no longer haunted him just in his dream but followed him into reality. "Annihilate," Xian said coldly, eradicating all signs of this dimension from the world. "Why in such a hurry?" Chengming chuckled. "We are just getting started. Why don't we take a look at your nightmare?" Xian coldly looked in the distance, his eyes penetrating whatever power confused his mind, and he looked straight at Chengming. The Heavenly Dao Eyes analysis is completed. Chengming felt a chill down his spine, followed by a feeling he was naked and his opponent was seeing through all his secrets. Let's copy the opponent's Dao will mastery, and a mind protection, Xianxia uttered. His body instantly released an aura that broke all of Chengming's illusions/spirit techniques. But Xianxia was not done. He activated his awakening, condensing the supreme armor of destruction. A dark armor condenses on his body, with his hair breaking through the top of the helmet. Pure destruction energy rushed through the eye sockets and the connecting joint pieces of the armor, manifesting in a dark red shade. It's time to end this farce, Xianxia said coldly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1450 Xianxia vs. Chengming, 3. I guess even being the son of Grand Dao does not mean a life of leisure and happiness, Wang Wei thought after peeping into Xianxia's spiritual dimension. That woman in black, did Grand Dao choose her as Xianxia's wife to counter my relationship with Wu Hong? Wu Hong is, and will always be one of Wang Wei's greatest strengths, so it made sense Grand Dao would pair Xianxia with someone of similar ability to prevent him from being tag-teamed by the two. If that is true, then she must be extremely talented and powerful for Grand Dao to choose her as someone that counters my Wu Hong, Wang Wei thought, remembering her name since she would be an enemy. Wang Wei muttered when he saw the horror world Chengming created. I'm envious of this guy's background. He already realized that all of Chengming's techniques were the cream of the cream, and it was not entirely due to his talent. The primary source of their powers and uniqueness is that he created these techniques after studying other perfect techniques. A transcendent from the Ji clan must have perfected countless techniques before allowing their descendants or members to use them. Using that solid foundation, the Ji clan and palace members have superb techniques of their own because they can stand on the shoulders of giants. That power? Heavenly Dao? Is the tide about to change? Wang Wei thought. A sword enveloped by black flame appeared in Xianxia's hand, and he raised it above his head. The sword suddenly grew in size, reaching a length of more than 20 meters and a girth of 5 meters. The aura of destruction released from Xianxia's body was too intense and too abnormal, puzzling many participants. Only a few could detect this was not a regular attack using purely his Dao, but one boosted by a special destruction chi from the source chi space. As that terrifying flame sword descended, Chengming's demeanor changed for the first time since the battle started. His spirit of fortitude appeared before him, releasing an intense light from his shield. Sadly, it barely worked. Chengming's clothes had countless holes and tears, but he only suffered some minor scratches to his skin. However, this was not his only loss. His spirit and 3 souls were annihilated. The way his technique worked was these souls and spirits were immortals as long as he was breathing. However, Xianxia's attack destroyed these techniques. In other words, Chengming would need to relearn or recreate these techniques to use them again. That's how thorough the destruction was. You bastard, he snarled, but Xianxia paid him no mind. A dark green silk materialized around his flaming sword as he filtered the purest form of time energy from the river of time and manipulated it to embody all destructive aspects of the concept of time. Xianxia swung his sword again, and this time around, his attack was even faster. The time Dao he added allowed his attack to manipulate the time at which this attack would hit, arriving at a much earlier time than it would have. Virtue spirit, charity. A beautiful woman manifested before Chengming as his face contorted. The woman was dressed in all white, with her black calmly lying on her back. Her face was youthful and pure, and her body emanated a faint golden light. Anyone looking at her would instantly think she was a saint walking the mortal world. However, this woman's purpose was far from saintly. Charity means having a generous heart and giving to others, especially the less fortunate. But what this woman was giving to people was all the damage Xianxia was taking. To cultivate this technique, Chengming has already chosen countless benefactors to share the damage for him. What a bunch of waste, Chengming thought with gritted teeth. All the cannon fodders he selected died with this attack, along with his charity spirit. He glanced at his missing arm, and his anger elevated to a higher level. His arm was destroyed, and it was true destruction, meaning unless he used extreme means, he'd be forever armless. Only peak paragons should be able to tap into such a pure state of destruction. How come this bastard did it after just entering the realm? He complained. Chengming's complaint was warranted. Under normal circumstances, Xianxia would not achieve such pure power. However, after copying Chengming's Dao will mastery, the boost his true will can achieve has reached another level. Xianxia attacked for the third time, and Chengming summoned another creature, the soul of hatred. A small face appeared above his left palm. It had no eyes and a mouth almost too big for its face, with 1,000 teeth and 100 tongues. Chengming did not hesitate to swallow this ugly creature from a child's nightmare before the sword enveloped him. Chengming was annihilated, with all apparent signs indicating he was defeated. However, Xianxia did not buy it. His intuition had warned him the enemy was not vanquished, and soon enough, his eye technique detected signs of life. A black fog suddenly left Xianxia's body as if someone had stripped something from him. Then, Chengming's body slowly condensed from the cloud. "You have a lot of hatred in you," Chengming commented. "And this hatred is odd. At first, it looks like it's geared towards someone who appeared to be in this trial, but there seems to be some underlying mystery to it." Chengming looked at him coldly, not affected in the slightest. Instead, he chose to obliterate his opponent. "Wait, this bastard was telling the truth when he said he copied my mental protection?" Chengming did not believe him and thought he was bluffing. After all, his clan took extreme care to protect his information, so how could any lowly techniques dare claim it could analyze and copy him? Unfortunately for the young Chengming, this arrogance is why Xianxia successfully analyzed him, and he did it in a very short period. Before being eradicated for the fourth time, Chengming teleported the hatred soul outside of the trial before returning to the tower once the attack abated. He then gathered the hatred of the world to condense another body. A crown appeared floating above Xianxia's helmet like an angel's halo. He had activated his status as the Earth Emperor. Death and destruction have always gone hand in hand, so Xianxia used his karma position to siphon the purest of death power from samsara to combine with his destruction, adding a bit of white to the sword. "I've grown to despise lowly scum like you who only play with the mind," Xianxia said coldly. "So die." Black chains rushed from his armor to enter the void, blocking all forms of teleportation or spatial navigation. He rushed to his opponent at such immense speed it appeared he had teleported before swinging his sword down. However, a glint flashed in Chengming's eyes before the sword touched him. Soul switch, Chengming made a calculated gamble. He bet that if he swished his body with Xianxia, his mastery of Soul Dao would mean he would have a higher chance of controlling the latter's body before Xianxia could control his. Then, he can use the latter's attack and power against him. Chengming's plan worked. In a matter of milliseconds, he forcefully took control of Xianxia's body and forced it to continue the attack. Meanwhile, his opponent had probably barely reacted to the sudden change. The sword hit its target, releasing a massive dark energy wave that annihilated everything in its path, including this tower's reinforced spacetime barriers. For a brief moment, void tears leading outside appeared at the center of that explosion. The spirit had to work overtime to reinforce this arena since they did not expect this level of pure destructive power. "Nice try," said a cold voice before Xianxia's perfectly intact soul appeared without Chengming's body. "Unfortunately for you, I am destruction." His soul released a devouring power that attracted the armor, the sword, and all the destruction energy to condense a new body, leaving Chengming's soul alone and open. Xianxia raised his sword and summoned another power source that materialized as a dark purple orb that fused with his flaming sword, the power of primordial chaos. Chengming looked at the black and white flaming sword with purple and green adornment, and his face turned ugly. The power of that attack had reached the peak of the Paragon realm, meaning the chances of surviving were extremely low. "None of my souls or spirits can help in this situation," he analyzed. Despite death approaching, Chengming remains calm. In his life, he has only felt fear once, and that was when he met the clan's supreme elder. This situation did not make him fear, instead, he felt frustrated. Do I have no choice but to use that method? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1451 True Purpose. A breaking sound echoed deep in Chengming's soul, activating the protective mechanism left to him by his father, an enormous face that kept morphing into countless facial expressions to express thousands of emotions. The emotions varied, but they also had one thing in common: obsession. The obsession manifested in many shapes: the intense desire to survive, the intense anger to seek revenge by all means, and the rage of killing people who have wronged you beyond words can explain. It did not matter what the intense emotions/desires or the obsessions were, it manifested in this singular face. Boom! Xianxia's sword finally landed, but the effect could be described as ridiculously useless. Chengming survived but did not look happy. On the contrary, he seemed furious, probably because Xianxia pushed him to such a level. Destroy him, Chengming ordered. As soon as these words left his mouth, the obsession creature released a terrifying tower that shook the entire trial for a few seconds. This aura, Wang Wei thought, this face reminded him when he faced supreme unity. He squinted his eyes, waiting for what was to come. Besides, Xianxia was the only person calm throughout the situation. Stop! Sir Lu said, and his words contained immense power as the face suddenly became immobilized. This is the second time you've broken the rules. Chengming was not allowed to teleport outside the tower during his fight, but he still did it. However, Sir Lu had not reprimanded him since he returned immediately. Get the fuck out of my way, Chengming said coldly. Now that he was forced to activate his protective measures, he would annihilate his opponent for bringing him shame and humiliation. Your actions have violated the rules, meaning you have officially lost this match, Sir Lu declared calmly. Xianxia deactivated his awakening, returning to his former handsome face. Interesting, Wang Wei thought. It seems the trial spirits are using this opportunity to establish their prestige. Let's see where their confidence comes from. And? Chengming sneered. What are you going to do about it? The rules are clear. Since you lost, you must die, Sir Lu replied calmly before snapping his finger to manifest a towering clear palm that descended directly toward Chengming. The myriad face creature turned into a dark green shield to protect him, but its power was utterly useless before the palm. Then, for the second time in his life, Chengming experienced genuine fear. You are quite bold, said a gentle voice with a hint of laziness. The clear palm disappeared, replaced by a pair of eyes accompanied by a background of a universe full of vivid and bright colors like a rainbow. No, you're the bold one, Jianghu, Sir Lu said calmly. You know the rules, but you send your people here and expect them to break them or act as if they don't apply to them. Cheng'er is young and brash, so it's normal if he makes a few mistakes, Jianghu replied calmly. However, this does not mean you have the right to execute him. And what are you going to do if I insist? The two stared at each other for a brief moment. You know your situation, so why are you doing this? Jianghu asked with a sigh. It's not your time to judge what we do, Sir Lu countered back. What do you want? Take your people and leave. Cheng'er is the only one who broke the rules, so why are you exiling everyone? Sir Lu frowned. He immediately realized these people would not give up. Fine, but you must pay to take him away. No problem, Jianghu answered before a crystal descended from the sky. With a wave of his hand, the thing disappeared before anyone could see or detect what it was. Supreme Elder, I have no problem with your decision, Chengming suddenly said before pointing at Xianxia. But I must kill this bastard. The horrifying eyes did not even glance at Xianxia and asked, what do you say? Nothing can happen to him as long as he's in the trial. Why are you, teacher? Someone is threatening to kill me. Please help, if not for my sake, for your face, Xianxia suddenly bowed. A pair of golden eyes that embodied all knowledge and secrets of the world materialized above the battlefield, looking down on the rainbow starry sky. The little brat from the Ji clan, it seems you are still acting as arrogant as ever, the Heaven Cardinal said. It's odd, given how Ji Dingxiang was quite the humble lad. Lord Cardinal, Ji Liuyu stuttered before regaining his calmness. My apologies, I did not know he was your apprentice. Your palace should remember that you are not the primeval body mansion. You only exist due to the kindness of Grand Tao. Understand? I do. Good, the Heaven Cardinal nodded. At his peak, Ji Dingxian was more powerful than him, so he had to give his descendants some face, especially since the bastard left some protective measures for them before his passing. He looked at his disciple but did not say a single word, his eyes had communicated enough. Xianxia nodded before bowing, and the cardinal left. You little bastard, Ji Liuyu cursed as he looked at Ji Chengming. He had to control himself, otherwise, he would have annihilated this bastard for forcing him to experience such humiliation. Ji Liuyu controlled himself because of Ji Chengming's importance and because he understood the latter. Ji Chengming did not act arrogantly because of his deep background. Besides the body primeval mansion, no faction dares walk arrogantly everywhere in the chaos universe, meaning the Ji clan knows how to raise their people properly. Although they are arrogant, it's not to the point of being mindlessly prideful to the detriment of themselves or their factions. Ji Chengming's situation is the result of a few things. Firstly, he was born with the highest concentration of their founders, Ji Dingxiang's bloodline, meaning he had a terrifying affinity for Soul Dao. Unfortunately, their clan hasn't given birth to a transcendent in a while, and they are starting to worry. Ji Chengming was their hope. However, the Ji clan and the palace realized the limits of their bloodline, so they chose another approach. They allowed Ji Chengming to use their study of one of the taboos, the abomination, to add variety to his Dao and break free from the limitations of his bloodline. This approach has shown some success so far, but the backlash was that Ji Chengming's mind had become chaotic. They successfully suppressed most of it, but his pride, arrogance, and brash nature remained and even intensified. They sent him to this trial to use foreign means to become a paragon as soon as possible. Although their clans have similar methods, albeit not as effective as this trial, their methods also involved Soul Dao, meaning it could aggravate Ji Chengming's situation instead of improving it. Come with me, Ji Liuyu said before disappearing with Ji Chengming. However, as soon as he left, everyone, except Sir Lu, Tian, the palace people, and the primeval body mansion people, immediately forgot the conversation they had heard or the fact that Ji Liuyu had appeared in the first place. Some paragons, like Emperor Kong, felt something extra had occurred but did not notice anything else. Only Wang Wei knew his memories were erased. What a pain, Wang Wei complained before teleporting to the first room in the Dao Tower. He borrowed the trial energy to condense a few needles he embedded into his acupoints and soul. Memories were part of his existence. It's the reason eternal emperors and above can revive themselves as long as someone remembers them. Wang Wei activated the part of his existence, involved memories, and he remembered most of the conversation, with a few blurry parts that he had to fill in the blank. This is valuable information, he muttered, taking the time to analyze everything. Something fishy is going on with Tian, he muttered. Before he could even proceed further with his analysis, he detected something. Someone was using the trial's power to hide something in this room. The odd thing is that the object would reveal itself only if another Dao overlord walked into this room. Wang Wei waved his hand, and a piece of paper appeared before him. He carefully opened it to see the content. I need to see you in secret. Use your heaven deception array and this trial's power to create a secure location, Tian. He, Wang Wei chuckled. Things are getting interesting. Curiosity immediately got the best of him, and he did as the note said. After being powered/blessed by the power of this trial, this array could probably be hidden from anyone or anything, including Grand Dao. Once everything is set up, Wang Wei steals Hong was method by resonating his 3 emperor position with Tian's to summon his projection. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1452 alike, author's note, today is my birthday, meaning I'm 1 year closer to death. He, sorry about the bad joke. Someone close to me used to make this joke, and I thought I would try it once. Anyway, please shower me with birthday wishes and words of prosperity. I live in the US, and am a person of color, so the past 3 months have been a nightmare. I've been trying to keep a positive mindset, but it's hard to do so when your country is descending into fascism, and you're a part of the group that will suffer the most. I'm trying to remain positive, and having a great birthday today is the first step. I consider you guys part of my community, so I will include you in the celebration. That was quick, Xianxia said. Before we get started, sign this karma-binding promissory note that you'll repay all the points I used for this meeting, Wang Wei said as he sent a red note to him. The information said you were cheap and refused to take a loss. I didn't expect it to be this extreme, Xianxia mocked. Regardless of his words, he reviewed the note before signing it without any bargaining. You must be desperate that you didn't even bargain, Wang Wei said. I'm just showing you my sincerity. Wang Wei put the contract away and summoned a scholarly fan to fan himself, acting all pretentious. So, what do you want to talk about? Xianxia looked at him and shook his head. The information he knew said this man's personality was as weird, pretentious, and ever-changing as a woman's mood or a man's volatile anger. You didn't you? You removed the shackles on you, Xianxia asked. What are you talking about? Wang Wei asked in confusion, his facial expression displaying genuine puzzlement and unawareness. No need to act, Xianxia continued. The aura during your immeasurable tribulation was more than enough proof. Unlike the lower cultivation realm, there is no benefit to antagonizing Grand Tao during tribulation, unless you want to borrow its power. But what would you want to borrow its power for? Only one thing would make you risk your life to such an extent, your pursuit of freedom. Once I analyzed things from this perspective, many things started to connect. For example, what would you use your immeasurable emperor achievement for? You don't trust Grand Tao, so you wouldn't ask it to directly remove your shackle or trust any methods that he offered. So, the next best thing is to ask for a safe way to detect the shackles, then use the tribulation to eliminate it yourself. Am I wrong? The two stared at each other for a while before Wang Wei broke the silence by smiling. Interesting. Now, everything makes sense. Xianxia frowned. I was wondering why your hostility toward me suddenly diminished after my tribulation, he continued. Chengming wasn't an accident, was it? Even if he didn't challenge you, you would have antagonized and fought him. You planned to put him in enough danger to lure the transcendent behind him so you can contact your teacher. No, he's not just your teacher, he is your watcher. You wanted to distract him long enough to leave the contact note. The great part about your plan is that if you're caught, you could use the excuse that the note was an attempt at secretly spying on my secrets since you knew I would use the first room. Wang Wei smirked. You want your freedom, don't you? It makes sense, after all. How can someone as intelligent as you accept being someone else's puppet? Wang Wei chuckled. I didn't expect you and I were alike in our pursuit of freedom. I never expected to hide the truth from you, Xianxia admitted. He knew what to expect when communicating and planning against his kind, so this little demonstration meant nothing to either of them. I'm intrigued, Wang Wei smiled as he fanned himself. Your goal should be my observation method, but what do you plan on exchanging with it? How about your life and safety? This should be interesting to hear. You give me what I want, and I won't reveal you are the mad fate emperor from the all-seeing temple's prophecy, Xianxia said calmly. Stop playing these useless games, Wang Wei countered. You uttered a word about me, and I will immediately contact Grand Tao and tell it what you're doing. He looked directly into his gaze. I reckon Grand Tao won't kill you after so many investments, but it shouldn't be an issue to change your personality by giving you a new set of memories and experiences. A glint flashed deep in Xianxia's eyes. No one would want their personality to be twisted into someone else, not to mention the person deep in his mind he refused to forget. All right, but you should understand that I had to try, he said, shrugging. My offer is an alliance between us. That's it? I know many secrets that may be helpful to you. Like? Wang Wei asked, and Xian stared at him. He knew this bastard was using this situation to get one free, valuable piece of information from him. He mulled it over briefly. How about something related to Jianghu? If you're going to mention how he's trying to revive himself, don't bother. You know? Is it hard to deduce? Wang Wei sneered. He probably knew he might not survive and Grand Dao would completely erase him, so he tried the only way that could give him a way of surviving, the power of obsession. The Heart Desire Palace has spent so long studying obsession and desires in the hopes of reviving their ancestors. Tian sighed deeply, not hiding his frustration. Is this the first time you've confronted someone of equal intelligence? No wonder you're inferior to me, your cultivation experience is too curated, Wang Wei said. A wave of profound anger and hatred flashed deep in Tian Xian's eyes, but his facial expression and aura remained unchanged. Regardless, Wang Wei still detected it. He has great control over his emotions, Wang Wei thought. How about I tell you a secret about this trial? Tian Xian asked calmly. I'm listening, Wang Wei replied. Do you know what this place is? Probably a heaven and earth wonder. Exactly, Tian Xian nodded, already expecting he would have figured this much out. Do you know how heaven and earth wonders are created? I only know they were created by either heavenly or Grand Dao, Wang Wei admitted. True, but the crux of the matter is how they are created, Tian Xian added, and after seeing his expression of ignorance, he continued. They are created from the dead bodies of Genesis creatures. Genesis creatures? As in creatures from the Genesis age? Wang Wei asked for clarification. That's right. That would explain why they have abilities that break the rules and limitations, Wang Wei suddenly realized. Grand Dao was all about waste utilization and not being wasteful, so it made sense to recycle the carcasses of these ancient and powerful creatures to create something that would benefit the chaos universe. But is that it? That's the information you want to exchange? Tian Xian stared at him. Your blood-sucking nature is quite unpleasant. My wife likes it very much, Wang Wei rebutted as he fanned himself even more, thus turning the pretentious level to a higher level. An anomaly has occurred, Tian Xian added. The dead creatures made from this trial have regained consciousness. To be precise, a new consciousness has been reborn from the remains and memories of the previous one. I'm sure you've noticed the other transcendent factions. Their objective is to control or swallow that new creature/consciousness. Is that why these trial spirits have encouraged people to use their points? Wang Wei asked. That's right, Tian Xian nodded. The consciousness is still under Grand Dao's restrictions, so it cannot harm the participants. However, the more people that participate in this trial, the more of this trial's unique power can be condensed and utilized, thus accelerating his revival. Interesting, Wang Wei uttered as he caressed his beardless chin. What about Grand Dao's role in this? It should know, so why hasn't it done anything? What do you think? It's probably responsible for the birth of this consciousness, Wang Wei analyzed. And even if it's not, it won't care. The age of transcendence is coming, so it's about time to start manufacturing transcendent-level resources. This creature might be the beginning. Exactly, Tian Xian nodded. Grand Dao has grown immensely since the Genesis age and is well prepared for the upcoming transcendent age. This is terrible news for the cultivators since that means more rules and less opportunity to exploit the established system. So, what do you think? Tian Xian asked. This information is only the tip of what I know. An alliance with me will benefit both of us. Wang Wei muttered, thinking deeply about it. I still expect my birthday wishes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.